Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Keith Basgrove. I'm a long-standing member of the NetThing Steering Committee, and it's my privilege to welcome you all to this day 2 of the 4th annual NetThing Forum on Internet Governance. It's our privilege to have you here with us today. Before we begin, I have just a few housekeeping notes to go through before I introduce our opening speaker. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. On behalf of the NetThing Committee, I would also like to thank our 2022 sponsors and partners for their continued support and contribution to making the event possible. I'd also like to acknowledge all of the volunteers that help to make NetThing a reality each year. Now, I have just a few housekeeping notes to go through before we introduce the first session. Firstly, as you'll be aware, if you attended yesterday, we have a code of conduct. Our aim, as it has always been, is to provide an open and inclusive forum where everyone is encouraged to participate, speak up, ask questions, and engage in the conversation. We are committed to building an Australian internet community that welcomes and respects the diversity of opinions, backgrounds, views, and experiences of those both in and outside the Australian internet and technology space, and of those reflected here today. We expect everyone who attends and participates in this forum to be respectful of others, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, physical ability, nationality, age, socioeconomic status, and belief. NetThing has zero tolerance for any form of discrimination or harassment. And while we hope never to have to do this, anyone acting in an unacceptable manner may be removed from the forum at the discretion of the organising committee. Turning now to logistics, we just need to let you know that all sessions at NetThing 2022 are being recorded and will be made available on our website and social media channels. We're also live streaming to our social media channels. We have Auslan interpreters who will be present in all sessions. They have been pinned to the screen automatically, but if you're having trouble or cannot see them, please let us know via the chat. We also have live captioning, which will be shown automatically in all sessions. If you have trouble or are not able to view them, then please let us know via the chat. Turning now to Q&A and chat. While the speakers are presenting, please submit your questions either by clicking on the Raise Your Hand button to ask questions during Q&A or by submitting the questions via the Q&A tab. At the end of the presentations, the moderator will pose your questions to the relevant speaker. Keep in mind that all are welcome here. Play nice and remember our code of conduct. A chat moderator will be moderating the chat at all times. We'd also love it if you could join the live conversation and help promote NetThing on social media. Please tag us at NetThing_AU and use the hashtag NetThing22, all in lowercase. It is now my very great pleasure to introduce the wonderful Rosemary Sinclair, CEO of AUDA, who will be providing the opening address today. Thank you very much, Rosemary.
Thank you, Keith, and a very, very warm welcome to everyone. I'm really delighted to be here. And I'm going to take the opportunity of today's opening remarks to share some thoughts with you at NetThing, which we regard as Australia's very own Internet Governance Forum. And how the Internet is governed in Australia and globally is of great interest to all of us because the internet is embedded in our daily lives now. So this forum, NetThing, is a very important one. I'd like to take just a moment or two to update those who might not be familiar with AUDA, who we are and what we do. Our purpose is to administer a trusted.au for the benefit of all Australians and to champion an open, free, secure and global internet. Our vision is to unlock positive social and economic value for Australians through that sort of internet, an open, free, secure and global internet. In summary, we do what we do every day to benefit Australians and internet users. We've got 3 key focus areas at the heart of our strategy: trust, innovation, and multi-stakeholder engagement. And it's the multi-stakeholder engagement part that I want to focus on today and speak to you about its importance in the current geopolitical environment and what we can all do together to make sure that our interests are represented strongly. The internet's governance model is often spoken of as being a multi-stakeholder process. And what that means is that at every level of policy making, the key stakeholders are all in the room and all have a real say in how policy is made. In essence, it means that governments do not have a louder voice or more say than other members of the community, technical specialists or industry or academia. The various needs and challenges and ideas of all the groups are woven together to build and evolve the internet. That's the governance approach that has led to the internet being such a positive force for so many people all around the world. But there is pressure from some countries for a different internet, one that is more centrally controlled and less open and free, and as a result, reduced in its capacity to be a vehicle for community, for connection, convenience, innovation, and growth. Those countries want to change the internet's governance model to one that is more dominated by governments and less influenced by the other multi-stakeholder participants. This is contrary to the goals of many, and certainly to the supporters of the multi-stakeholder model. A great example being, of course, the NetThing community and everybody who is tuned in today. The governance structure of the internet and the outcomes that it delivers are connected. Without multi-stakeholder governance, the internet will change for the worse. It would be less free, less open, and less able to evolve, less able to deliver the social and economic value that we all hold dear. That's why AUDA is such a strong supporter of multi-stakeholder-based governance. Today, I'd like to talk a little more about the global picture, and then I'll focus on AUDA's contribution, and finally about why NetThing is so important. Ever since the power of the internet moved from the academic sphere to society at large, there have been questions about the internet's power to disrupt, seen by some as a threat, seen by others as tremendous opportunity. The open, free, and global internet presents challenges to those who want to control what people are doing, hearing, and knowing. The pushback against the open model of the internet, whether technically or policy-wise, has been growing for 2 decades, and it isn't going away anytime soon. It's only a couple of weeks since the latest plenipotentiary meeting of the International Telecommunications Union, or ITU, The ITU is a venerable but intergovernmental institution where much airtime has been devoted to the question of giving governments more of a say in internet governance. Another milestone at the most recent ITU gathering was the election of the Secretary General. Doreen Bogdan-Martin from the US was elected as the first female Secretary General in the ITU's history. Her own long history of work in the sector and rolling out connectivity in developing countries put her in good stead. The outcome is good news for the multi-stakeholder environment in the sense that other leadership candidates have had a different focus on undermining the multi-stakeholder model. Also good news from the plenipotentiary is Australia's re-election to the ITU Council, where we have been since 1959. With the plenipotentiary done for this year, the work goes on. And this just has to be said out loud. The critics of multi-stakeholder internet governance don't sleep, and so neither can we. In the next few years, these debates will continue, and not just in the ITU. Two upcoming forums are the Summit for the Future in the United Nations in 2024 and the 20-year review of the World Summit on the Information Society due in 2025. Another arena is in the negotiations at the United Nations on new cybercrime treaties. So why should we care? These are esoteric sounding processes and they have very long time frames. Do they really matter? They do. They matter because the governance model shapes the outcome. Multi-stakeholder approaches work to weave together diverse views that sustain the open, free, secure, and global internet that creates so much social and economic value. And we all need to be engaged and active as a community and a country to support the internet. We need to be as savvy and committed as those who want to change it for the worse. But are we? Are we engaged? Are we effective? Today, we, and the we I mean here is around the world, those who support the internet as it is. We haven't been as committed or effective as we really need to be. In the face of a different point of view that is prepared to commit people, money, and time with deep strategy and long horizons, we haven't been playing effectively to win. Certainly, we've gone from event to event, meeting to meeting, rushing to prepare, sometimes just asserting the current model's merits. Sometimes it seemed as if we think we shouldn't even really have to make the case. But that approach is fundamentally letting the side down, and it's really just not good enough. But I see an opportunity to change what we've been doing, to be more deliberate in our effort, and to make much more of a positive difference to this important debate. Outer's own interest in supporting this effort arises from a number of sources. Firstly, our history as a key part of Australia's and indeed the global internet community. Our terms of endorsement from the Australian government, which mandate us to advocate for and actively participate in multi-stakeholder internet governance processes, both domestically and internationally. And lastly, our strategic plan, with its clear focus on supporting multi-stakeholder internet governance. So we at Outer have been growing our capacity and our effort in this area. And we were thrilled to welcome this year the previous CEO of Internet NZ, Jordan Carter, to head up our policy team. Jordan took up the role as Internet Governance and Policy Director in July this year. And Jordan's working with Annalise Williams and Sabina Fernando to bolster Outer's capacity to contribute to domestic and international policy discussions. If the team are not yet known to you through their outreach and good work, they will be very soon. We had a big year and a positive year at Outer in 2022, and we're looking forward to an even bigger year and more effective year in 2023. Our mandate, our strategy, and where we're actually putting our resources should send the clearest possible message. We are up for making a very solid and growing contribution to the hard work needed to fight for an open, free, secure, and global internet. And so I come to NetThing. I am very supportive of this forum as a way to bring together the Australian internet community and as a way to make multi-stakeholder internet governance stronger in Australia. Outer's not just a key sponsor, we're a key participant. And I'm delighted to see a number of my colleagues on the program. And I'm also pleased at the role some have played in planning and producing the event behind the scenes. To me, NetThing has enormous potential. And here are just a couple of areas that I hope we can work together to develop as we conclude this year's event and turn our eyes to 2023 and beyond. I'd love to see lots more people at NetThing next year. Am I too ambitious in thinking 500 is the number? What can we do to attract those people to come and join us in this important work? I'd love NetThing to be the place that firmly sets the agenda for internet governance in Australia and contributes to regional and global forums on that basis. What do we have to do to get there? How do we get a broader cross-section of key decision makers into our discussions? How can we share our debates more broadly? I know you'll have other ideas to add to the mix, and all I'm doing is starting an important conversation about how we move forward. I welcome the discussions from yesterday, which were great, and I'm looking forward to the ones today. So please reach out to let me or the Outer staff around know what we can do to support the ongoing evolution of the internet governance dialogue in Australia and beyond. And now I'll conclude my remarks, and I'd like to let you know that I'm really looking forward to Minister Rowland's contribution. The Minister has been a very strong advocate for the multi-stakeholder model, bringing a depth of experience from her active contribution as a Shadow Minister and her career indeed before politics. Before entering Parliament, the Minister was a lawyer, specialising in competition and regulation in the telecommunications, media and technology sectors. So I'm really looking forward to hearing the contribution from the Minister today. Thank you so much for your time, interest and attention to my remarks, and I'll now hand back to Keith.
Thanks very much, Rosemary. I think we'll now hear the Minister's recorded message.
I acknowledge the traditional owners of the many First Nations where you are participating in this event today. I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I also acknowledge any First Nations people who are attending this event. It is a great pleasure to be part of NetThing 2022. As you may be well aware, this week is a parliamentary sitting week, which brings me to Canberra. In fact, it is the first budget week for the Albanese government. So thank you very much to Bronwyn Mercer and the other organisers for inviting me and for the opportunity to address you in this way. The communications sector extends across almost every part of our society, enabling a range of diverse, innovative advances, with the promise of more to come and so much untapped potential. Within the sector, the internet is critically important for our security, our prosperity and our societies. That's why the Albanese government is committed to ensuring cyberspace reflects and is strengthened by human rights and liberal democratic values. Australia advocates for the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance, where governments, industry, the technical community and civil society all have a say in how the internet is run. This approach is why conferences like NetThing are so important, facilitating a platform for the community to come together to share and discuss issues impacting all internet users. At the domestic level, Australia has a large number of rural and remote communities. Indeed, around a third of our population lives outside the major cities. That's why programs such as the Regional Connectivity Program and the Mobile Black Spot Program remain core commitments of the Albanese government to ensure Australians are connected no matter where they live or work. At an international level, Australia engages constructively in a range of fora to protect the multi-stakeholder approach and to promote our priorities. Among them is a strong commitment to closing the digital divide. With around 1/3 of the world's population still offline, closing the connectivity gap remains a key focus for us. In the Pacific region, Australia is working with our partners towards faster and more reliable communications infrastructure. I am proud to say that we are committing funding to support the Smart Village and Smart Island initiatives within the region. And Australia's Cyber and Critical Tech Cooperation Program is supporting Indo-Pacific partner countries to benefit from opportunities enabled by the internet and to strengthen cyber resilience. Ensuring Australians are safe online is a key objective of this government. The Australian government has funded the ITU Child Online Protection Project to strengthen children's online safety across several Asia-Pacific countries. And we are committed to addressing online hate speech. It is an unfortunate truth that women are more likely to experience all forms of online abuse. I would like to commend the support provided by the eSafety Commissioner every day for Australian women experiencing online abuse. And research shows people who identify as being part of the LGBTQI+ community, First Nations and Torres Strait Islander people experience hate speech at more than double the national average. To me and to the Albanese government, this is simply unacceptable. We are committed to funding the national rollout of online safety and digital literacy education products to all Australian schools, providing free access to programs designed to build the skills children need to be safe and fully included in the digital world. We are also working closely with the communications industry to ensure connectivity remains affordable and accessible for all Australians, regardless of their means. The internet is a conduit to connection. Ensuring that these connections are safe, accessible and inclusive is a central goal within my role as the Minister for Communications. I thank the NetThing team for their hard work to bring us all together as we aim to make constructive, positive contributions to the online world. I will now hand you over to officers from my department to update you on some of the important work the government is doing to ensure a safe, secure, resilient internet. Thank you for your time here today, and I wish you an interesting and productive conference.
Good morning, all. Thanks for letting me sneak in here after Minister Rowland. My name is Ian Sheldon, and I'm the Director of the Internet Governance team here at the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Redevelopment, Communications and the Arts. My team represent the Australian Government on the Governmental Advisory Committee at the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, or ICANN, and have lead for a range of internet governance issues at the ITU. As many of you know, the Australian Government has recently returned from ICANN 75 meeting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, immediately followed by a very busy 3 weeks at the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference in Bucharest, Romania. Given the timing of this, I'm not quite able to provide a fulsome update. We're still unpacking and debriefing ourselves. But I did want to take the advantage of this gathering of the internet community to provide a very high level readout. Over the last few months at these international meetings, we've had some very challenging and important conversations about the internet on a wide range of issues. I know we're discussing a range of these over the course of this forum, but I wanted to flag a few of these here today. So as many of you know, internet issues at the ITU are always contentious, and this was very clearly the case at the plenipotentiary. I'm aware that Rosemary provided a great overview already, but just to reiterate the message and touch on a couple of the core issues. Some of the big topics from the plenipotentiary included being clearer on the role of governments and the multilateral system on internet governance matters, broader stakeholder and industry engagement and representation at these multilateral institutions as internet issues are discussed, stronger, clearer differentiation of the roles of multilateral bodies and multi-stakeholder bodies in managing the internet, as well as some recognition for the importance of a cooperative relationship between these bodies, as well as using telecommunications or ISPs to close the digital divide. I mentioned this one because it was a very hot topic at the plenipotentiary. Australia, along with many other countries, pushed hard for more formal recognition of the barriers that many parts of society face in accessing the internet. At the end of the day, we and many others weren't able to get in the language that we wanted, but as Minister Rowland mentioned, it certainly is a priority for us, and we will continue advocating for this. And finally, as Rosemary mentioned, the big headline for us was Australia's re-election to the ITU Council for the 2023-2026 term as a representative of the Asia and Australasia region. This was a culmination of many months of hard work campaigning, and it means that Australia is well positioned to continue to advocate for a multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance, as well as influence the ITU's broader strategic direction. All up, I think we had some quite good outcomes for the plenipotentiary, but there certainly will be a lot of work to do over the next 4 years as we prepare for the next one. Turning to the ICANN space, some of the topics that we were closely following included multilingualism on the internet, including universal acceptance of domain names, internationalized domain names, and email address internationalization. This is an issue of increased focus at both ICANN and ITU and represents a critical step in the maturity of a global all-inclusive internet. We've also been following the new generic top-level domain application round, including specifically whether to allow registration of closed generic domain names. Again, this is an issue my team will be working on closely in the coming months, and we're keen to understand the public good aspect of allocating generic top-level domains to a specific individual or organization. And finally, from ICANN, we've also been closely tracking DNS abuse mitigation, which I know that Bruce Tonkin from Outer will circle back to later today. More broadly, we've also been following a couple of quite big picture conversations as well, such as those on internet fragmentation. So this is an issue that is of great concern to my team. And I do note there is a session on fragmentation coming up next with some very well regarded but familiar names. And I'm very much looking forward to the conversation there. And finally, and relatedly, we've also been tracking regulatory changes in some jurisdictions that have the potential to impact the global internet. Yesterday, we had a great panel discussion on regulation here in Australia, but my team are also trying to keep tabs on what's happening globally. How is each country responding to these emerging challenges in their own way? What impact will these separate bits of domestic legislation have on the global interconnected internet? And importantly, how will Australians be impacted by these changes? As Rosemary outlined, these conversations signal some broader trends in internet governance that are emerging now and will only grow in relevance and urgency in the years to come. I know I very quickly blasted through a huge range of topics, so what my team and I would like to do is return to this community early next year as we plan ahead, build out the longer term strategy, and think about how we provide advice at ICANN or negotiate on some of these topics at the ITU. Once we've collected our thoughts, we would like to share some of our reflections with you all and have some specific conversations about what we as a country think about these important issues building on a lot of discussions we've had here at NetThing 2022. As Richard Windia said, we don't really have much quiet time, but we do have an opportunity over the next little while to have a broad discussion about internet governance matters, and we are very keen to listen. So please stay tuned. In the meantime, if you would like to immediately connect on any of these topics, please feel free to reach out to us. We're always happy to connect and chat. Please just drop us an email at internetgovernance@communications.gov.au. Veronica from my team will pop this into the chat. Thanks again for your time today, and I'm very much looking forward to talking to you all again in the near future.
Thanks very much for that, Ian, and that really was several very enlightening conversations in quick succession, wasn't it? We're now going to move to our first panel session, but just before I do that, I'll just remind you of my earlier comments about the Code of Conduct. My colleague Cheryl Langdon-Orr has posted a link to the NetThing Code of Conduct in the chat if any of you would like to have a look at that. Can I also remind you that as the speakers are giving their presentations on the various topics, if you have issues or questions you want to raise, please pop them into the chat or preferably into the Q&A. We're now moving to a panel discussion on internet fragmentation and the Splinternet. I'll now hand over to a long-standing mainstay of the internet in Australia, Mr. Chris Despain. So, Chris, over to you.
Thank you, Keith. I hope you can hear me. It's good to see you. Nice to be here, albeit that I'm actually in the UK and it's fast approaching the middle of the night. But that's okay, and it's a joy to be here. Yes, the discussion today. This discussion today is all about internet fragmentation and Splinternet. Let me briefly introduce our panel. First, an apology. Dominique Lazansky is unable to be with us today. She's currently in the depths of Finland with significant connection issues. And so she can't be with us. That means that our attempts at diversity have failed, and we find ourselves, unfortunately, with an all-male panel, but we'll do our best to entertain you nonetheless. Andrew Sullivan is joined the Internet Society as President and Chief Executive Officer in September 2018. I believe that, oh yes, their videos are now on, fantastic. Andrew's focused on internet infrastructure and standards since 2001, when he worked to launch the .info internet top-level domain. And he was part of the team that collaborated with the Internet Society to launch the public internet registry and take over the operation of the .org top-level domain. Throughout his career, Andrew's worked to establish and maintain the internet's critical value as an interoperable and neutral platform. Matt Tett joins us also this morning. Matt is the Managing Director of NX Test Lab, which is an independent accredited testing laboratory with a 30-year history. Matt's well known globally across industry and government. His organization's objective is using science to keep tech vendors honest by rigorously testing their product claims. Matt is the chair of the IoT Alliance Australia Enabler Workstream 3, Cybersecurity and Network Resilience, and sits on the Executive Council. He also serves on the Online Safety Consultative Working Group, the Office of the Safety Commissioner, and a bunch of other things as well. And last but not least, Jordan Carter is, as Rosemary said a little earlier, Outer's Internet Governance and Policy Director, who joined Outer this year as a veteran of internet policy and the domain name ministry in New Zealand at .nz. Jordan is an expert at internet policy and internet governance, and he's been involved with ICANN and the IGF for well over a decade now. So we're here today to talk about fragmentation and the Splinternet. Internet fragmentation, two words that mean many different things to different people. And part of what we're going to talk about is to try and figure out when people talk about internet fragmentation, what is it they actually mean? Because we use that word internet to mean things like the World Wide Web, the domain name system, the network itself, and a whole heap of other things. So we're going to start with me just asking each of our panelists to give us roughly 5 minutes each on what they believe internet fragmentation actually means. What does internet fragmentation mean to you? And let's say, I'm going to do this in the order that's on my screen. So Andrew, you're up first. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chris. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
So the thing about the internet is that it's really an emergent property of a bunch of other networks, right? The networks get together, they want to interoperate with one another, and they connect to one another. And out of that behavior of these independent operators comes the internet. And the more that ability of independent operators to interoperate with one another is impeded, the more fragmented the internet is. So sometimes the discussion, it seems to me, acts as though there is a binary question to be answered. Is the internet fragmented yet? And that is the wrong way to think of it. Instead, from my point of view, what this is much more like what's happening to my hair. Am I bald yet? On any given day, there's less of it. And yet, there's no moment when you can say, oh, he's bald now. Instead, there is just this gradual loss of a smooth surface that we can all interact with according to our needs and according to the needs of those operators. And that's part of the reason why this question of where exactly is which part of this is the internet and which part of it is not, is to me a little bit of a category mistake. Because what we're doing there is trying to say, okay, this stuff is internet and that stuff is not. Whereas in fact, this is quite plastic. So something that is just a social media application that lives on top of the internet can turn into infrastructure if you start to use it as the login infrastructure and the identity infrastructure for the rest of the internet. And this ability of one piece of the internet to turn into infrastructure for another piece of the internet is part of what makes the magic of the internet into this marvelous application that has eaten all other kinds of networking. Right? That it's just taken over. And the reason it has is precisely because of this ability to recombine itself in all sorts of interesting ways. So that to me is why this is such a knotty problem, because there isn't really a clear line where you can say, yep, it's fragmented now and that's definitely the internet. Can't do either one of those things.
Thank you. We'll get back to a lot of that when the others have had their say. Let's go to Matt now. Matt, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I tend to agree with Andrew, but probably go down a few more rabbit holes. There are parallel internets. We already have those. It's already known. We've got the web, we've got the dark web, we've got industrial applications, commercial applications, cloud, Internet of Things, everything. As many of you would know, my technical background's across both networking and security, coming from the days of dial-up 30 plus years ago, and particularly security and the security now of the connected devices. That's what we're seeing: industrial, critical infrastructure, and then even just the Internet of Things in general, with people looking for features and functionality in their homes and their lives. So our professional life is obviously testing and evaluation of those vendors' claims about their products and services, good, bad, and indifferent. And what we've witnessed over a number of years are the standards defining organisations and the government departments and agencies actually feeding into this. So you see everyone has their own silos, everyone has their own remits. The issue that we've always known is the internet technically doesn't have any theoretical borders, even though there are geopolitical borders. And a good example of that, which I was thinking of given the 5 minutes notice that I had to come on here, was recently in the world of Internet of Things is the Five Eyes, well, not even recently, 2019, so 3 years ago, the Five Eyes nations, all ministers signed a statement of intent, a joint statement of intent around securing Internet of Things and encouraging industry to step up and effectively self-regulate. So start applying the guidelines and the codes that the governments had developed in those nations. Now, that's only 5 countries, but it was still good to see 5 countries united and publishing a statement. Have we seen the vendors make that change? Some of them have, some of them haven't. And so therefore we start seeing regulation and legislation. So we heard from Richard yesterday talking about it's not an easy job being a regulator. And I think at the end of the day, having to police these sorts of things across multi-jurisdictions and multi-systems, it's very difficult. And the vendors do like to sit back and say, well, it's not our responsibility, or why would we want to comply in one jurisdiction or another? It's a global issue, and we really need to look at that as a global issue. So the World Economic Forum came out earlier this year and said, enough's enough. There's so many standards, there's so many guidelines, there's so many codes, there's so much proposed legislation or legislation currently going through regulating security around the Internet of Things. We need to harmonise it, we need to consolidate it. And 400 organisations actually signed up for that. So we're trying to deal with this every day, and it's really, really difficult to actually decide. Luckily, with all the standards that are existing in the world at the moment that are in development or are currently developed and mature, none of them actually contradict each other from a security perspective. But it's one thing to have standards, another thing to get the vendors actually on board. So yeah, we have still got a Wild West. It is 40 years old, but what else can we do? As with everything, it can be used for good or bad. And who will be the global internet police? That's who I want to know. And it is critical that there's no one single point of failure. So standards, legislation, government policy, budgets, we need a global consensus, but we are seeing that Splinternet happening already.
Thank you, Matt. Interesting take from a standards point of view. We'll circle back on that in a little while. Jordan, your thoughts?
Thanks, Chris, and good morning, everyone. It's nice to be joining this community as a member of it instead of visiting from across the sea, coming to you from out of these days. Look, I want to take a little bit of time to tease out some thoughts and some examples, and to get you thinking as part of this definition thing. And where I start from on this is the concept of the internet as a network of networks, as Andrew said. There are hugely diverse network technologies, computing infrastructures, services, all woven together by the fabric that is the internet. And fragmentation, to me, starts out by being any process that undermines or undoes that fabric. That means that the concept of an internet cannot continue. And I do agree with the point that Andrew and others have made, that it isn't a sudden binary. You're not going to wake up without an internet after going to sleep with it. So you think about these things in terms of pressures or trends that take you in a more or less fragmented, a more or less united direction. I think at the technical level, there are some things that could be definitely said to be fragmentation that probably none of us would argue about. If there was the demise of an authoritative namespace and other vital identifiers that are available and reliable everywhere, that would probably make things quite difficult. If there's a demise of a coherent and reliable routing system that meant that traffic couldn't find its way reliably everywhere, that would also probably be a pretty key fragmentation moment. And some examples just to get you thinking about things that might meet those. The European Union is talking about DNS for EU, 5 letters and a number. If they required its use, made it mandatory, and then decided that because they'd made it mandatory, they would have their own root zone as well, that could be a pretty significant fragmentation moment, with 500 million people in the EU suddenly in a different realm, a different address space, a different namespace. If a group of networks ceased recognizing authoritative issuance of ASNs by the regional internet registries and started duplicating those, that would probably be a pretty significant technical fragmentation moment. If various forms of encryption got banned within a jurisdiction for one reason or another, and suddenly parts of the internet had to start ignoring other parts because they thought it was unsafe, that would probably be pretty clearly in the fragmentation camp as well. But of course, the internet isn't just about technology. And a lot of people think the internet is Facebook, or the internet is the things that they do online. They use it as some kind of jumbly sort of thing that they kind of know what they mean when they say it, but what they mean when they say it might be quite different to what I mean when I say it. And that's why this is so hard, to even define fragmentation, because you have to make an assumption about what we mean by internet. And so I want you to keep that in mind as I pose some questions for you. I've tried to layer these in a way that goes from technical to less technical. Are diverse broadband connectivity technologies fragmentation? Are diverse copyright policies and enforcement postures fragmentation? Is censorship of certain forms of content imposed by national regulators? Is that internet fragmentation? Would a global service provider's decision to be available or not available in a particular geography, is that fragmentation if Cloudflare stopped working in Australia? Restrictions on transborder data flows to keep data safe or to provide digital sovereignty, is that internet fragmentation? If the ITU standards development tracks started competing and trying to develop similar standards to what the IETF does, fragmentation? Here's a quote from an ICANN session on this last month. The breakdown of consensus and agreement of what is necessary to constitute a global internet. Is that fragmentation? Is a non-universal internet experience for users fragmentation? Now, you've probably as a group got different yeses and nos. And if I had to take a guess, there might be a bit of a bell curve, or not really a bell curve, it would be a declining slope where the higher up the stack I go, the less likely you are to think that it's fragmentation of the internet. As long as there is at a technical level, the ability to weave together that interconnection of different networks, there's going to be an internet, but people aren't tech purists, right? So how far we go up the stack kind of depends a little bit on how far we want to integrate user concerns and issues into our internet governance work, if you call dealing with fragmentation an internet governance question. And that's a big question that we all need to grapple with as an internet community, right? Because our internet governance institutions are quite good at dealing with those critical resources, but they're sort of designed not to deal with those higher up the stack issues. And at the same time, when other people try to deal with those issues, when governments try and regulate, when corporates make decisions, there's often a bit of a drawn breath and a view, oh no, well, we don't want you to do that. And people say, well, are you going to solve the problem? And we say, no, that's not our business. And they'll say, well, we'll solve the problem. And we say, no, don't do it like that. So there's a bit of a gap there, and governments will fill it if internet governance doesn't. So I think that's something, a broader macro point I just wanted to make. If internet governance is going to be anything, it does need to be preserving that open, global, interoperable infrastructure. It needs to preserve that fabric of the internet. But if we draw it too narrowly and leave it detached from those broader social concerns, those later questions I asked, I think we're heading for trouble. When we leave the field and leave those challenges to other people, it's hard to complain if they act. And it's our job to make sure that when they act, they can act in a knowledgeable and insightful way, which is why forums like NetThing are so important, to get that dialogue going between the technology and all the other decision makers, and, as we try not to call them, all the other multi-stakeholders are involved. So I hope that's got you thinking about a few concrete examples, and I will hand back to Chris to orchestrate.
Thanks, Sheldon. Thank you. I have a feeling that probably Andrew and Matt will be interested in picking up and responding to what you've said. Andrew, why don't you go first?
Thank you, and thank you both to Jordan and Matt. I do think that there is something that we sometimes forget to talk about, which is kind of piling on to the point that Jordan was making about you get sort of high enough in the stack and you start to think, well, it's not really an internet problem. I think that's true, but I think it's only true at a certain scale. And one of the things that we have started to see over the last several years are these, hyperscale sort of applications, which are really walled gardens. And those things are contributing in some way to a fragmentation of the internet as well. That is, if you start to be dependent for your internet experience on, just one service provider or just one sort of high-level social media function or something like that, you're not really having the internet experience. I have this theory that governments in the 1990s would have gone for regulation that would have tended to fragment the internet, or for that matter, prevented its taking off, if they could have done it. But the problem was that in the 1990s, there were just so many people that it was like, trying to herd flies. There were just so many that you couldn't possibly do it. And one of the possible reasons that we're seeing the reemergence of a whole lot of discussions that, if you've been around as long as I have, many of these discussions seem remarkably familiar. They are familiar. They're the same sorts of ideas. Only now what we see is you can get, 6 or 8 very large companies in the room and give them a good talking to and tell them how things are going to be. And everything else is just so far in the long tail that you just cannot care about it. That is a kind of fragmentation, I think, of the internet experience, because as we develop regulatory environments that are, let's face it, they're tuned for these particular large organizations, they also tend to shape the networks in favor of those kinds of operations. And then what you have is a gradual erosion of the ability of the network to be really, really plastic and be used for all of these other different ways. So I think that you're quite right. Historically in the internet governance conversation, the further away you get from sort of transport, the more people say, well, that isn't really internet fragmentation. And yet the transport is, in some sense, being undermined by that because of this tendency of the internet to be encapsulated. And when you're getting it encapsulated in, pick your favorite social media network, suddenly you really do have a problem that you've fragmented the network because only that social media operator really has the ability to dictate what the terms are like. And so I think there's a fragmentation drift that is certainly happening there.
Thanks, Andrew. Matt, do you have any comments on what's been said so far?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I tend to agree with Jordan and Andrew to a certain extent, but I think if you try and, I'm always a good one for analogies. I like to think of analogies and where we're at. And I look back to the railroads and different narrow gauges and wide gauges, and the costs and benefits of having those. Even in Australia, it's such a small country, and we had those sort of issues when we were rolling out the infrastructure at the state borders. And this is a very similar thing we're seeing now. And we've seen it evolve, but it doesn't happen overnight. We've already said that. But at the end of the day, as applications become more specific and I guess the internet becomes more rich, we're starting to see organisations and particularly governments beginning to struggle with trying to police, surveil and regulate those sort of environments. And to have someone come in and say, okay, we're going to have left-hand drive cars and you're going to have right-hand drive cars, or we're going to have this policy or that policy, or in this state we have this kind of driver's license, and that state you have this kind of driver's license, and these are the rules and requirements. I think it's trying to fit a square peg into a round hole in a lot of cases. And then you have the technicalities of actually doing that enforcement or doing that surveillance and making sure that the providers and the vendors can actually meet those requirements, regulations with the lowest amount of impost. I mean, we've worked with vendors before that said, we won't sell this product in this country if we have to comply with these requirements. And you kind of get where they're coming from. And then therefore that's splintering it even further, because there's another country which is disadvantaged because of a vendor commercial aspect, commercial policy, which has been driven by a burden of regulatory compliance. And yeah, I'm not arguing one or the other, but it's happening. And yeah, hopefully we can see our way through it.
Okay.
Chris, can I make one quick comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Jordan. I was just about to. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Just on the point that Andrew raised, I love the "Let the Thousand Flowers Bloom" thing that made regulation impossible. But I think it was Ram Mohan at an event I was at recently from Identity Digital, Ram, not the event, who talked about the importance of thinking about who benefits from that islands situation. If we have a Facebook internet and a Google internet, just to use two well-known brands, not casting any shade. Who benefits from the withdrawal? Is it governments? Is it internet users? Is it the corporates involved? I think keeping that sort of interest analysis as part of our dialogue and analysis is really important, because that can help us focus in on leverage points and just understanding things that might be driving the dynamics that if you forget about that, you might overlook.
Yeah, thank you. Just before I go on, I just want to sort of give a heads up to the people listening and watching. We want participation. If you've been involved in discussions around any of these aspects and you want to talk about what you discussed at your event, you can do so. Please put your hand up when we get there, or questions and so on. I just want to remind everybody that this is that our goal here is to be interactive and not just to listen to us for chatting on for the next however long it is, 25 minutes, 35 minutes. So look, it's clear, isn't it, that fragmentation, as I think, as I said at the beginning, it means different things to different people, never mind about internet meaning different things to different people. So it makes the question, does internet fragmentation matter, an impossible question to ask, because of course the answer to that is entirely dependent on what it is you mean when you say fragmentation. So I mean, Matt, you've been pretty clear about, you know, the need for standards and fragmenting from that side of things. Let's think about some examples of things that may be considered to be fragmentation, and whether they matter or not. I mean, one of the kickstarters for this conversation at a global political level was a suggestion not that long ago in respect to the issues with Russia and Ukraine, and the possibility of having Russia's global internet access affected because of their position in respect to Ukraine. Andrew, that it didn't happen. From my point of view, it was never going to happen. But would that be fragmentation in your view?
There's a lot of fragmentation that comes from those kinds of shutdowns, and I think while it's true that, like, you know, nobody in the world was successful at the plan to, like, take Russia off the internet, which seemed to be the proposal that people were making. There's been a lot of success at fragmenting the network experience in Russia, some of which is being undertaken by the government of Russia themselves. It's a sort of bitter tragedy to watch Russia, which had really, really very good infrastructure, to watch them disassemble the robust infrastructure that they had in some kind of effort to protect themselves from, I don't know, malign bits that are coming from the West or something like that. And this is a real shame. We can see this actually in the invasion of Ukraine, because they keep changing they keep cutting off high connectivity that Ukrainian network operators had, and forcing them to go, in some cases, through much worse network infrastructure. What you actually want to do under those circumstances, of course, is like add another one. It's yes and. It should, you should always have more redundancy. That's really what we should be looking for. And instead, what people are trying to do is peel that back and cut back to the minimum number of network operations. And this is true in kind of residential or business service provision. It's true in backhaul operations. Some of you may be aware, I'm in Canada, and we have a large operator here called Rogers. There was this bitter irony not that long ago when Rogers had a very bad day. They, lost their entire network, both the mobile and the fixed line, and our internet and telecommunications regulator, the CRTC, was shut down because they didn't have any redundancy. And like, this is the kind of thing that you see and you want to say, well, like, this is fragmentation. This is the failure, because magically the internet doesn't fragment when you've got lots of redundancy. That's kind of one of the magic techniques of it. And so what we want to do is promote that. And I think that that's something that we haven't actually been able to impress upon policymakers.
We have we have we had two questions in the chat, but one of them seems to have disappeared. That may just be me pressing the wrong button. But before I go to the first question, does anybody have anything that they wanted to add to Andrew's comments in respect to the big political picture? Don't feel you have to, but if you want, no, okay. So I'm going to come back to this question, which is in the Q&A pod. Is really the onset or underlying influence here the drive by business and society for commercial benefit? Money is a huge motivator. Matt, do you want to, given that you talk most about the commercial side of things and standards, etc., do you want to have a go at that to start with?
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, people need to make money and make a living, and organizations need to flourish. It just depends at what cost. So one thing is value and the other thing is cost. So are they delivering value to society? Are they delivering value to consumers who ultimately have to be the beneficiary of the technology that they're delivering, particularly if they're funding it? Or do they have some ulterior motive? And I think that's the thing that we see from a security perspective when people put profits over, I guess, the privacy and the safety of people. So a lot of people confuse privacy, safety, and security. And we in security can underpin privacy and safety, but we can't deliver it. So if we could deliver that, then we'd all be driving around in very secure and safe automobiles. So yeah, profit, money, yeah. People are still dying, unfortunately, and people are still.
Well, I can solve that problem. I can solve that problem for you. Just reduce the speed limit to 0, and then everything will be fine.
Stop driving.
But stop driving, exactly. Jordan, do you want to tackle the question that was the long question that was set out for you? You can see it, I think, if rather than have me read it out. Do you want to address it?
Yeah, sure, Chris. It was asking what I thought the overall level of knowledge new generations have of internet governance and multi-stakeholderism is. I suspect it's relatively low. I don't know if that's new generations or all generations, because you have to say it's a bit of a niche topic. And what is ADA doing to close that gap? I think part of what we're doing is growing our team that's working on this and talking about these issues more, trying to raise the profile, supporting events like NetThing, and thinking about how we can sort of accelerate and sustain a growing dialogue about these issues in the Australian internet community. So that'd be hard to sort of answer that. The two other questions to the broader panel asked, how much does the lack of knowledge on the civil society level about internet governance issues deepen issues related to the fragmentation of the internet? And what obstacles do you see that diminish the chances of civil society participation on internet governance issues? I've got a reckon on both of those. And one of my reckons is that because the internet is so all-pervasive and affects and touches so many people so much of the time, it's a little bit like electricity sometimes. I mean, there isn't really an electricity user's discipline. It's just kind of there and it works and we take it for granted. So I think compared with the early days of the internet, when it was novel and new, it's an exciting new thing that a few nerdy people knew about and were doing, and it was attracting attention like that. I suspect it's a bit harder to generate mainline social interest in this. So part of the obstacle is the very ubiquity and success of it. But I'll leave it for others to comment further on that.
Fair enough. I've got another couple of, at least one other question in the chat, which I'm going to get to in a second. But before that, so we bounced the Russia-Ukraine thing around for a minute or two, and Andrew, you talked about what Russia's doing that in effect is causing its own fragmentation, and of course it would be nonsensical for the governing bodies to shut down their access to the internet. Wouldn't achieve anything. Just put the boot on the other foot for a second. Today in Iran, I think I'm right in saying that in order to stop reporting on the protests, they closed access to the internet. Do we think that it should be within an individual government's remit to block that if they wish? And is that fragmentation?
Well, it's definitely fragmentation from my point of view. I mean, realistically, given what governments are and our theory of, sovereignty and so on in the contemporary world, governments do have the right to do that. I would like to persuade them that this is a terrible thing to do to themselves. That if you are really going to throw away the opportunity to use the most cost efficient and generative technology for communication and human development that we have invented in maybe 100 years, you are willfully destroying or undermining the development of the people who are living within the society that you pretend to govern. And I think that that's a terrible thing to do. So I think it's wrong. I think it's something that governments shouldn't do. And the government of Iran is by no means alone in this, right? We see this all the time.
No.
Many of the shutdowns are for ridiculous reasons, right? Oh, we're going to shut down the internet because of national exams, and we have to protect everybody from cheating. And this is, I mean, if somebody said, well, the water system is being used by tapping on the pipes for, students to cheat, so we're going to turn off all of the water for 3 days, nobody would tolerate it. They would think that that's a crazy idea to do. But for some reason, we're prepared to do that with the internet. And I think it's because we failed to understand what it is. And we failed to build the infrastructure in a way that is really resistant to this. And that's what we ought to be encouraging people to do, to build the infrastructure the way the Russian infrastructure really was built, that it was so resilient. It shouldn't, you shouldn't be able to turn it off. And it took them 10 years to undo enough, or to do enough damage that they could turn it off. And I think that that's a shame. We should be pushing people instead very much in the other direction to try to ensure that the internet is there and available for everyone all the time.
Okay. Anyone else want to comment on that, Jordan or Matt, before I move on to Narel's question?
Well, we did see that with the convergence of communications when there were the issues with 000 here in Australia, and having that legacy policy from communications network providers, and what constitutes national infrastructure of significance. So yeah, it's internet as it moves and evolves into that sort of critical infrastructure is absolutely imperative that we ensure the integrity of it from both governments and from potential attackers here and overseas.
I just
Thanks,
add
Matt.
as well that the one of the key reasons we have to care about this stuff is maybe this sounds idealistic, but that awesome human possibility that is around being able to communicate with anyone and learn from anyone and everywhere, and the idea that should be cut off at the whim of some communications minister somewhere, or broken by some bizarre geopolitical fight in some legacy UN institution is just intolerable. And so there's a big responsibility on us, right? Whether you call it fragmentation or splintering, to do everything we can, and really everything we can, not just genuflection or token efforts, to make sure that future doesn't come about.
I am a little bit concerned about this thing I've heard called the printing press. I hear the church is up in arms about that, so we've got to be careful of this thing.
It's if it ever takes off, it's going to be incredibly dangerous. There's a question in the chat from Narel, which Keith has typed an answer into, but let's bounce it around you three. Does the group think that there are any urgent calls to action on the issue of potential internet fragmentation, particularly that we in the Asia Pacific can act on? For example, the greater regulation under the banner of national security, or threats to IPv4 address space management from scarcity. Anybody want to have a go at that one?
Just a quick riff on it. I think the key action that we need to take, and I'm new in this community in a direct sense, so feel free to tell me that I'm wrong, but a well-planned, well-considered 10, 20, 30-year time horizon about these issues, and what an agenda is that Australia can play and the region can play to keep this kind of what we would call in New Zealand a taonga, a treasure, as not as it is, because it needs to keep evolving and changing, but to keep those sort of characteristics of the internet human friendly, human useful, does require that, and that time horizon, some agreed strategy and a clear kind of practical commitment to showing up and being involved in the dialogues involved. So I think sometimes, possibly unfair example, but ICANN before the stewardship transition, as an example, would sometimes just rely on the United States to do all the heavy lifting. The State Department will take care of that. We don't need to worry. I think if we're going to have a multi-stakeholder governance process that helps deliver the internet that we want, we have to be involved with it and do the work of showing up and making it work, rather than letting these institutions sort of atrophy and fade away. So that's one practical thing I think that people can do, is get involved in the internet governance institutions that relate to their areas of work.
Yeah, and I think without wishing to be, I'll get to 1 second, Andrew, without wishing to overplug. That applies just as much in individual countries, in AUDA, in ANAUDA, in ZNZ, in all of those national and regional organisations. We always used to say it's a little bit difficult to go into the world and claim that the multi-stakeholder model is the best way of dealing with all of this stuff, but to fail to make the effort at home. You have to do both, I think. Andrew, you were going to say something.
Well, I would say, yes, in Asia Pacific, but in fact, everybody all over the world can tackle something. So at the Internet Society, I'm going to plug a thing that we did for a moment here. I hope you'll indulge me. We created over the last couple of years this effort, which we call the Internet Impact Assessment Toolkit. And the reason we did this was because we were looking at the way the regulations were coming in, and we realized, hey, we've actually got a model for this. And that model is what we do when we build physical infrastructure, or we make changes to the physical infrastructure, we make laws about those things. We do an environmental assessment to decide, hey, is this such a good idea? Is this going to destroy the watershed, or is this going to, destroy the ecosystem for various animals at risk, or various other kinds of things? And those things are usually a cost-benefit analysis, right? And you just have to think about, well, what are all the costs, all of the different kinds of implications of this? And so we've tried to create a sort of similar process where people can do these things with laws and regulations that are being proposed, and do an impact assessment to try to understand, hey, what does that do to this? I think somewhere in the chat, somebody was asking about this question, is it just that, some of the politicians and policymakers don't really understand what they're doing? And I think there is a significant part of that, if you think of most of the people who are doing policy work, in any legislative office these days, they're young people. They've never lived without the internet. And for them, this is just a smooth thing. The internet, it's a countdown. You can pick it up and move it 10 centimeters to the left. And the problem is that's not what the internet is like. But we have to, those of us who know something about how this infrastructure works, need to do that analysis, for the same reason that environmental activists needed those environmental analyses to say, I understand why you want to build a bridge there, but you're going to kill all the whales. That seems like a bad thing. And I think that we need to take that kind of urgency as well. That we're going to lose these opportunities that the internet brings us because of this regulation or that one. And you could tweak your regulation and get the outcome you wanted by and still be compatible with the internet in this other way. So I urge people to have a look at that toolkit. And if you need any help in doing those analyses and so on, we have staff who are anxiously standing by to try to help you. But we can't do it all alone. We're too small.
Standing by on the phones as we speak. Okay, let's go back a couple of steps. We've established, I think, that we think that the turning off a nation would obviously be a major problem, and fragmentation, and the attempts by nations themselves to create their own intranet, whatever you want to call it, is also fragmentation, and as Andrew said, doesn't really make a whole heap of sense if you want to take full advantage of all the goodness that the internet can bring. Let's take another couple of examples, something more subtle. What about countries, territories that legislate that if you want to do business, if you want to let's use the DNS as an example. If you want to sell domain names in my country, then you need to do the following things. So you need to take full details of all the people who are going to buy those names, and you need to give them to me if I ask you for them. Now, is that not my sovereign right as a government to decide that that's what I want to do? And if that simply means that none of the global top-level domain registries or registrars come and sell in my country, then that's perfectly okay. Is that fragmentation as well?
Well, it's certainly kind of hair loss, right? What you're doing is gradually chipping away at this thing. And so, yeah, in one sense, well, there are other identifiers there. Who cares? On the other hand, now this is a way in which this doesn't work as well with other things. And so, these pile up. Eventually, you're going to get to the point where things don't really interoperate with one another. And I think that's one of the concerns that I have about the way this is very frequently put, that, if you've got a Splinternet or so on, is it splintered yet? That's not really the question we have to ask ourselves. The question is this drifting in the right direction or not? Now, again, I am not a sovereign government. I'm not in a position to tell these sovereign governments, hey, this is a crazy idea. But some of these ideas are crazy ideas. They don't work. And the reason they don't work is because it undermines the ability of the network to operate that way. And what it will do is create an environment in which some people who have technical sophistication will simply work around your damage, whereas other people will be stuck in this thing, and you're essentially creating an internet underclass that I think is wrong. I think that's a wrong thing to do. But I recognize that it may be a national policy of government.
Yes, and it is it not the way that, no offense intended, is it not the way that most governments operate anyway, which is that they make it more difficult for ordinary people to do stuff, whilst the guys who can get around it continue to get around it by finding another way to get around it. Jordan, Matt, did you want to have a say on that? Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, I think two observations that we've made over the last 4 or 5 years. First is the government obviously aim to be open and consultative, and they go out to market to get industry opinion and feedback, and obviously have public consultation. A lot of the times you even read the policy documentation before it even comes out, or the discussion documentation before it comes out, and you can almost see there's a preconceived idea or an agenda that they have. And so regardless, lo and behold, at the end of the public consultation, all the papers are out there, all the papers are published, yet really there's that agenda which is just being pushed straight through. And that is really difficult when you have some highly technical people who know on the ground exactly what they're doing, and they know if that policy goes through, that it's going to make their lives hell to try and implement and enforce it, or it's not even enforceable. You can't even implement it, and how is it going to be policed and regulated? So really, it's a lot of time and effort for essentially what it is to build a silo. Flip side, working with organisations in, I guess, a large overseas, I guess the dog that shakes the tail. Recently, we had the instance where they went out public consultation, really good agenda, really good objectives. Unfortunately, most of their manufacturers and vendors didn't like the policy tack that the government was taking. And essentially the outcome was, unless we got significant tax incentives, we wouldn't comply with this, and we wouldn't support it and endorse it. And the government came out and said, we're not in a position to give you any more further incentives to promote and endorse your companies. And they said, well, therefore we can't follow through with the policy. So that was a purely commercial drawn decision to the detriment of their consumers and I guess society in general. The government had a really good policy, but the organizations actually influenced them to back down from it. And that's really frustrating when they're supposed to be one of the world leaders. So, it makes it difficult for the rest of us to do what we're supposed to be doing with the objective of a fair playing field, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
I think your example,
Jordan,
Chris,
did you want to yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just your example, I think, about the requiring records don't use DNS otherwise, is whether or not it's fragmentation, it's a bad thing with a capital B and a capital T. from the perspective of a sort of globally shared information space and so on. It doesn't really help. I don't think it helps very much because, as you say, people get around. I think it illustrates another thing, a bit of a hunch that policymaking often happens really fast, and it doesn't always, I don't know the way to say this as diplomatically as perhaps I should, but it doesn't always pay attention to reality. The reality that policy responds to is the political reality rather than technical reality or community reality. Sometimes, not other times, but sometimes. And so one of the things that idealistic me thinks can help with that is that we, to the extent that we've got a good agenda and a good sort of pre-dialogue going on around some of these trickier issues, that brings in policymakers and so on, the less likely it is to suddenly see a problem emerge that leads to a sudden random shift in policy. So I think that's something that we as an internet community can do more about.
Yep, I agree with that. I think that's exactly right. So we have 10 minutes left. If I can encourage anybody who does have questions to pop them into the Q&A pod now, that's fine. That would be great because we may well get to them. I want to go to another example and perhaps the other end of the scale. We've talked about governments, we've talked about regulation, we've talked about all of that. Let's go to the other end. Let's talk about innovation. So a blockchain identifies fragmentation, is having the possibility of an identifier on blockchains that are set up to look like domain names. They have a dot, they're dot this, they're dot that, and so on and so forth. Is that fragmentation? Do we care about that? Go on, Andrew.
One question we have to ask ourselves, and there's some of this in a side conversation that was in the chat here, it really comes down to this interoperable question. So if what you have is a set of, like, a new set of identifiers that is somehow like fits with the old kind of identifier system, and it kind of interoperates with it in some way, more or less, then this isn't necessarily fragmentation, although it might be like a really unpleasant user experience for users who are unfamiliar with that identifier system. If on the other hand, it's an explicit attack on the identifier system, that is, it has the same semantics and it doesn't have the same operational qualities, now you're talking about a very different thing, right? And that's just a split root in the domain name system, even though the other root is using a different protocol. In that case, it's a formally incompatible system. And so this is an example of what Jordan was talking about, where the details really matter in how this thing is implemented, and where people are trying to layer this into the DNS to continue to work with it. The way, for instance, people were very, very worked up about the handle system a few years ago. Well, if you look at how that thing works, it turns out you look it up in the DNS under doi.org. Well, okay, that's just completely compatible with the DNS in that sense, because you literally look it up in there. And at that point, this is just a different system. And that's one of the nice things about the internet, right? You can deploy all of these new things on here without asking anybody's permission. Hey, A+, that's a great thing to do. I think, the question now is, what's your deployment strategy? And I think in that case, maybe it's not so great. But
so the innovation is fine. It's if you try and overlay it onto the existing infrastructure in a way that causes clashing and problems, then it becomes a disaster. Is what?
I think you can't break stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean that should be, do no, what was Google's thing? Do no evil or something. So don't break stuff. That should maybe be our thing. There was a question from Keith in the chat, which was Keith Besborough, which was, it may well be that fragmentation doesn't matter so very much, but what about the issue of the Splinternet, which I take to mean the breakdown into separate blocks of networks with separate systems of governance?
I'll have a go at that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that matters a lot, Keith, and it's a good sort of scenario to paint because one countervailing thought is that 10 years or so ago, the international telecommunications regulations. The ITRs were negotiated at an ITU conference, and that ended up with 2 different sets of ITRs going on, which some countries have signed. And that doesn't seem to have broken the phone network. But I think if we had truly separate governance structures, like say 25 countries bought into a Splinternet that was organized on the sort of principles and network technologies that 2 random countries like China and Russia had developed, for example. And another set of countries bought into a Japan net, and North America had a North America net, and North America net was run by ICANN, and there was a standards body in Ulaanbaatar that ran the Asia net. Those things would be problematical. Either there would be carefully monitored interaction between them, which would defeat the ability of people to find as much information and share as much communication as they can, or they wouldn't even, it just wouldn't work. You'd be sending an email to someone on the other side of the world and it would never get there, and you'd never know, except if you phoned them to find out, or maybe sent them a fax if you were really desperate. So I think that is a real problem. And where that comes back to our work is, if we've got an internet governance system that can't draw in enough support, or at least tolerance, from enough countries, that is the future that might arise. And so a stone-headed defense of the current model being perfection is the worst thing we could do, because it would guarantee that outcome, which would be bad for everyone. So I think the evolution and change of the network, we've got an institutional structure that's largely built off an age of American supremacy. And we don't have those geopolitics anymore. So it's natural the governance system's going to have to be assessed and flexed so that it can buy enough consent from enough people, enough of the time, that the enduring sort of fabric of the internet can continue.
Jordan, thank you. I'm going to take that as your closing comment, because with 4 minutes to go, I want to give 2 minutes to Matt and 2 minutes to Andrew. Matt, why don't you go first? Just to sum up and give us a couple of minutes, and then I'll throw it to Andrew.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's a lot to be learned from lessons past, but we can't also shape the future based on history. So things like the printing press, passports, border control, train systems, automotive industry, the safety and the privacy aspects that consumers or users or citizens have been looking at to their government to govern and police aren't necessarily there on the internet. We're not there yet. The internet is a fragmented series of networks to start with, as we started off saying, but let's try not to regulate that into policy if we can avoid it, because at the end of the day, as I said, consumers have to be the beneficiary of the technology that they're being delivered, and I think that often gets lost by the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Andrew?
I think Matt is right on about something here, and I think the analogy with the automotive industry is a good one. The American automotive industry in particular was dragged kicking and screaming into doing anything about automotive safety, and what ended up happening was the government made a bunch of rules for them and specified how it was going to work. And the same thing with pollution controls. And the unfortunate effect of that was that over time, improvements couldn't be made to the thing because the specifications ended up in the legislation. And if instead the industry had embraced this and really taken off and said, hey, we're going to make this really good, don't worry about it, then actually the industry would have been much safer and would have also produced safer cars and would have had an easier time of it. And, General Motors probably wouldn't have gone bankrupt in the middle of the 2020s. So I think that's a lesson for us, a cautionary tale for us.
Thank you. So it's been a really interesting discussion. I hope everybody understands this is the beginning of what is a much, much longer discussion that hopefully everybody can have over time, and that maybe we can circle back in a year's time at the 2023 NetThing and talk about what's happened in the last 12 months, and it'll be good stuff. A really big thank you to Andrew and to Jordan, and especially to Matt, who literally arrived at the last minute, armed and ready to participate in the debate and the discussion. Thank you to all three of you. And with that, I'm going to hand back to Keith. Keith, back to you.
Actually, it's back to me, or over to me.
So, Sandra, I'm so sorry. Back to you. Over to you, Sandra. My apologies.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. That was a really great panel, and I learned a lot. So, again, thanks. And Matt, I think it's indicative of the contribution that each of us makes to the community when you can ring someone at 10:05 and have them participate on a panel at 10:30. So thanks again, Matt, and Chris, of course, for your midnight contribution. We're going to take a break. It's about to be 11:30. We'll take a 15-minute break so that you can get up, stretch your legs, have a cup of tea, grab a coffee, or even a bite to eat, depending on where you are. But please, I'd encourage you to keep your earpods in so that you can listen to our keynote address, which will happen during the break. This is a pre-recorded interview, so I'm really delighted to thank in advance, thank post, thank during, Dr. Tobias Feakin, who, as most of you know, is the Ambassador for Cyber Affairs and Critical Tech at DFAT, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and he's going to provide an address around the importance of a globally operable internet. So I'd like to hand over to the pre-recorded interview. We'll see you sharp back at 11:45 if you do indeed walk away from your computer. Thanks.
Hello, it's Toby Feakin here, your Ambassador for Cyber Affairs and Critical Technology, and I would very much like to extend my thanks to the organisers of the NetThing Forum for inviting me to speak to you today, and for bringing this diverse range of stakeholders together once again to discuss and explore important tech policy issues for Australia. It really is through dialogue and learning from each other, from governments, the tech sector, industry, academia and civil society, that we can protect and realise the benefits of the digital domain. Now, today, I want to provide you with an overview of a few things. Firstly, the international environment, the challenges to the governance of the internet, and what this means for Australia's international engagement. It really has become a cliche to open a presentation of this kind by talking about the transformative power of technology, but there is a good reason for that cliche. Technology now sits at the epicenter of geopolitics and is affecting all aspects of international relations and foreign policy. Now, governments recognise that national power comes from mastery of new technologies. And for some governments, this includes controlling the internet. Over the last 2 decades, we've seen the fundamental underpinnings of the internet ecosystem being severely challenged. There's a real risk of internet bifurcation as a result of alternative visions of the internet being proposed. This kind of zero-sum competition is dangerous at a time of unprecedented technological revolution. Authoritarian governments are limiting access to the internet, and online platforms are increasingly used to repress freedom of expression and deny human rights and fundamental freedoms. State-sponsored or condoned malicious cyber activity is on the rise, and cybercrimes such as ransomware are affecting the security and the resilience of critical infrastructure. Some countries have indeed erected firewalls and used internet shutdowns to restrict access to information and services. And some are using the internet to deny others their human rights, conduct or condone malicious cyber activity, and also spread disinformation and harmful content. And Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine and its blatant abuse of cyberspace is a devastating reminder of this. The governance of the internet ecosystem is a complex global issue which has implications for all of us. Australia has long been a strong advocate for an open, free, safe and secure internet, one that reinforces democratic principles and human rights and is also governed by a multi-stakeholder process. The decentralised multi-stakeholder system of internet governance places individual, industry, non-commercial interests and government on an equal level. It recognises that all stakeholders have a valuable contribution to make to internet governance discussions and decisions. And crucially, it prevents any group, including states, from exerting excessive influence over the internet. This approach ensures development of the global internet is shaped by stakeholders from the private sector, academia, the technical community, governments and civil society. However, The multi-stakeholder model for internet governance is under increasing threat and cannot be taken for granted. Many states would prefer to limit the ability of non-government stakeholders to influence decisions on the future of the internet and emerging technologies, and also enable greater state control. Let me be clear, Australia opposes all attempts to bring governance and technical management of the internet under the sole control of governments. Instead, we support inclusive, multi-stakeholder, consensus-based forums that promote open and voluntary standards for the internet. Australia also advocates for continuing consensus-based improvement of existing mechanisms of multi-stakeholder internet governance. Like the internet itself, the multi-stakeholder model must evolve to meet the challenges of administering this increasingly vital piece of global infrastructure. And Australia will continue to work with all stakeholders to ensure that that multi-stakeholder model is sustained as the basis of global decision-making for internet governance and technical policy issues. Now, no single country is able to tackle the challenges presented by current and emerging technologies on their own, and Australia is certainly no exception to this. And that's why Australia is committed to working with the global community to ensure greater security and prosperity for everyone, underpinned by the safe and fair use of cyberspace and critical technologies. And these efforts are needed to ensure that cyberspace and the supply and use of critical technologies do not endanger international peace and security and democratic values. Now, not all countries share those values, and there are diverse perspectives on how to manage the opportunities and risks of cyberspace and critical technology. And Australia is committed to engaging with all members of the international community to pursue our national interest. We have important bilateral agreements in place to strengthen cooperation on cyber and other critical technology issues, including with South Korea and the UK, to name just a couple. And we continue to work through the United Nations on multilateral rule setting. We will continue to raise awareness of internet governance issues across the Indo-Pacific and build the capacity of countries in our region to engage in internet governance forums through our Cyber and Critical Tech Cooperation Programme. For example, we partner with the E-Safety Commissioner and Pacific governments to develop and advocate for online safety ecosystems, including publishing context-specific online safety resources. We also promote the capacity of international civil society and industry to engage in internet governance mechanisms. For example, through the Cyber and Critical Tech Cooperation Programme, we support projects that work with Southeast Asian civil society organisations to counter disinformation, build media literacy and advance policy spaces for gender-responsive cybersecurity. It's also important to think about collaborating with those outside our region. We support local leaders and officials from the Indo-Pacific region to build their diplomacy and negotiation skills, including through the Women in Cyber Fellowship, and effectively represent their nation's interests at international fora such as the UN Open-Ended Working Group. We're also enhancing our engagement with industry, civil society and academia on cyber and critical tech issues. Since 2019, Australia and Denmark have co-convened the Cyber and Tech Retreat to strengthen international cooperation and understanding of the impact of critical technologies on the foreign and security policy landscape. Held in Silicon Valley earlier this year, the retreat brought together 20 of my international counterparts for discussions with leading academics and senior executives from Google, Twitter, Meta, Nvidia, Ericsson, Microsoft, and a whole host of other companies to consider a range of issues arising from the intersection of technologies on foreign policy settings. In 2020, we established the Quad Tech Network to develop and discuss research and recommendations on the shared challenges facing Australia and Quad partners in the cyber and technology environment. And we funded ISPs' Sydney Dialogue, held for the first time last year, to drive global debates on emerging critical and cyber technologies. We know that Australia is not alone in addressing the implications of new technologies and the risks and opportunities they create. I look forward to working closely with partners to ensure all stakeholders have the capacity to actively engage and have your voices represented in international discussions on the future of the internet. Australia is taking strong, values-based action to achieve our aim, which is underpinned by a partnership approach. And if you'd like to follow our work, you can view our website or follow me on Twitter at AusAmbCyberTech. Thank you very much, and I hope the rest of your discussions go well. I look forward to hearing about everything that's come out of the day.
And we're back. I hope you all had a chance to get a bit of a break in. For those that were here during the last session, we were right down the bottom of the tech stack or the internet stack. We're coming right back up to the top of the stack for the next session. And the next panel, which I'm really happy to be moderating, is called Beyond Consent. How do we meaningfully build trust between consumers and businesses in the internet of today and the internet of the future? So it's one where we're going to explore and imagine an internet where embedded trust and responsible data use is the norm. Full speaker bios are on netthing.org.au, but let me tell you briefly who we are in conversation with today. And just a shout out, we're missing Ben Reed, so I suppose we're working on that in the background. So we have Catherine Kemp from the Faculty of Law at UNSW. Her research focuses on competition, consumer protection and data privacy regulation. She also teaches in data privacy law, fintech and contracts. We were going to have Dr. Kate Bauer, so in another classic example of a swap in and swap out, I want to welcome back Chandni Gupta, who has agreed at the last moment as well, thanks Chandni, to step in for Kate. Chandni is the Digital Policy Director at the Consumer Policy Research Centre, and she explores consumer issues such as the impact of deceptive and manipulative online design and the impacts on Australian consumers, and also the gaps that currently exist in consumer protections. And Ben, hoping that we are going to get Ben online. Ben is the founder and the Chief Digital Product Officer at Digital Creators, and they're a venture studio that designs, builds and launches tech-based ventures. He's worked in digital product development, software engineering and product leadership for more than 20 years. So he's a real practitioner and a perfect contributor for this session. Okay, I can't see Ben, so maybe something is going wrong with me. But Ben, can you come off mute just to confirm that you are with me?
Yeah, I'm here. I am here.
Great. Okay, so we
we're just
can't
trying
see
to navigate video issues, but yeah, I'm here. I'm present.
Fantastic. Before we get going, I want to just acknowledge Dr. Kate Bauer from Choice. Kate has coordinated this panel. She's worked with me to theme it up and kind of shape up the discussion that we're going to have. She came down last night with a dreadful lurgy. She may be online in chat, so hopefully she can contribute in that form. But Kate from Choice, thank you very much for bringing this together for us. For those of you that don't know her, her superpowers are in data misuse, including price discrimination, algorithmic biases, and facial recognition tech. In fact, Choice's recent investigations into the use of facial technology at Bunnings, The Good Guys and Kmart has yielded some really powerful results, including the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner launching a formal investigation. And at this late stage, Kmart and Bunnings have both temporarily paused the use of facial recognition tech in their stores. More at choice.com.au for those of you that are interested in following that campaign. A couple of logistics. Ben, Catherine, Chandni, I'm going to ask you to come off mute and stay off mute if that's okay with you and your background will allow it. That way we can just have a more free-flowing conversation. So with that in mind, let's get into it. And I want to kick off with Ben. Ben, you've worked with dozens, possibly dozens and dozens and dozens of businesses building new products over your 20 to 30 year career, as well as founding some of your own. Set the scene for us. What are the main considerations for business in terms of building trust?
Thanks, Sandy, and good to be everyone. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think the upfront depth of thought is really important, and three things in particular that I found really useful is really getting the key questions right up front. So putting that user hat on and going, if I was a user of a product or a service that I'm offering, what would I want to see in terms of trust with this business, and comparing it, say, with trust that we would expect in the normal world, and things that we'd want there around, transparency, bring in, human touch, consistency, respect. So putting that user hat on. Often it's good to think through questions like progressive forms of trust, and not having trusted consent as this once-off upfront thing that happens, but how you can build and develop that over time, and looking at not just the rules you need to comply with, but actually really thinking through the intent of those rules and how you might flow them through. So making sure that you're unpacking it and not just treating it as a tick the box exercise. And the good thing I found too is on some of the areas here is you don't just have to guess some of these things. You can do some user research and validation up front, and you can go out to market and say, potentially, we particularly for new product or service offerings, this is the offering, this is what we'd like you to provide us in order for us to give you this service. How might we give you confidence that we're going to do the right thing, and that you understand why you're giving us certain data and why we're using it in certain ways, and figure out what not just the right messaging is, but actually the right way that users want that to be flowed through their whole experience. I think the second thing is really thinking about the trust and consent as a user experience or a journey in its own right. So of course, you've got to get the upfront sign up, onboarding, that's sort of your first date with a user, but how does that play out over time? How might you make the experience visual and interactive, but thinking through the full journey includes, the offboarding as well. And if someone wants to leave your service, and making things like the right to delete accounts and right to erasure, something that's doesn't create a barrier, and that people might actually have that experience still as a lasting mark of saying, hey, they at least let me leave the service in a way that was frictionless for me. The third thing is often there's this marrying up at the front end, commitment and promise versus the back end. And so really thinking through, often from an operational level, like who has access to the data, principles, like the principle of least privilege, and making sure that the commitment that you've said to users actually flows through, particularly when you think through, access accounts, who can see what data for what purposes, how you might be storing data over time. It's really making sure that's been consistently thought through, and you also have thought through edge cases and where things can go wrong. So those are just three of the key things that I think business should spend time on up front, and that can help set up for longer term success.
Thanks, Ben. So I'm hearing here, and I'm an advocate of it as well, this idea of an exchange, right? Trust is bi-directional. And if we want trust and buy-in from users, then we as businesses need to demonstrate that we are taking those sorts of issues seriously, and indeed designing our systems where they do as minimal harm as possible and come at it from the perspective of the user. Charni, given that, yesterday you shared how CPRC's research into deceptive and manipulative design reveals some of the harms of this practice, and it's a loss of control over your personal information. How did it happen, and what are consumers experiencing? Can you elaborate a bit for us on that?
Of course, and thank you for having me, and hello to all the other panelists. Well, we live very much in a data-driven economy. So online, every step of the way, we seem to be continuously prodded to share more of our personal information. And so deceptive and manipulative design, also known as dark patterns, they're features that are embedded on websites and apps, and they purely exist to influence our decisions, our choices, and our experiences. And in our sweep, we found many design examples where the ultimate goal of the business was to use the design feature to extract more data from the consumer. So pop-ups inviting you to sign up, where the sign up button is really prominent, and the option to close the pop-up is either hidden or it just doesn't even exist. Or you're made to feel really stupid for saying no. So that's often known as confirm shaming. So one option would be, sign me up and get my $10 off now. And the other option is, no thanks, I like paying for more. And then there were other features where you don't have a choice. So, for example, just to view a timetable of a fitness center or purchase a couple of shirts, you needed to set up an account. You need to share all sorts of personal information before you can do some of those things. Or you're asked a question, things like, are you okay with cookies? But there's actually no way of saying no by using the site. You're just ultimately agreeing to it. And our research found that in addition to impacting people's well-being and costing them money as well, many are feeling that they're losing a control over their personal information. We found that more than 1 in 4 consumers created an online account they didn't want to. More than 1 in 4 accidentally signed up to something, and 1 in 4 shared more personal information than they actually wanted to. And for younger consumers, those figures only got worse. So people aged between 18 and 28 were 34% more likely to create an online account they didn't want to. And it's thanks to these designs, which just continue to nudge us to part with more of our data, means that the experience at the moment is one that is really leaving consumers worse off.
Ben, I might just throw back to you, thinking about that for a sec. And Matt in the earlier session was acknowledging that businesses need to make a profit, right? What's the level? Where do we stop though? Where we acknowledge that businesses want to make a profit. We want to promote and enhance and design from the user perspective, but what's the right balance there? Are we going after conversion metrics, so we're meeting businesses' needs first over the user, or should we be user-led because we possibly know that if we are that, business profit will ultimately follow? What are some of your thoughts there?
Well, that could be its whole panel session. That could be as a follow-up. Look, I think there's been a bit of a naive approach a lot of businesses have taken, that let's just collect as much data as possible. We know that might help us tweak our service and personalize, and we might use it down the track. And so I think it's been very short-term driven and not thinking through medium, long-term consequences. And I think even if businesses just still want to stay with a pure, economic or value-driven approach, I think they're going to increasingly start seeing data a little bit more like a balance sheet approach, and kind of go, well, data has some value and can be an asset, but can also be a liability. If we're sitting on a whole bunch of data and we're not using it, it exposes us to that data getting leaked out, or consumers finding out that it wasn't used in the way that they wanted. And if you're not genuinely using that data to drive value, why are you collecting it in the first place, or why do you have it there? And so instead of this approach of like, if in doubt, just collect data, because more data means more things you can do with it. I think we'll see a little bit more considered thought to kind of go, maybe we actually don't want to collect this because we don't want to have this. If we're not using it meaningfully right now, then we actually just have more stuff sitting in our back end that could come back to be used against us. And I think, tying back even to my first thing around the key questions up front, one of the things I often work with businesses to do is to say, if you've done brand work, or if you've thought about your company as a person, or tried to personify it, how would that, if you imagine that in a human environment, how would that person interact with the user? Like, put yourself in more of that perspective and kind of go play that out, and imagine that person interacting with the user. How would you expect that to actually flow as a series of interactions. And so I think getting that human lens on is really important, even in a topic which sometimes like this can feel dry.
It's a good segue to Catherine, thinking about some of the work that you've done, particularly comparing privacy policies and statements with how they collect the data in the first place from the consumer, and then those same businesses spruiking what are essentially become data services to other businesses. Can you tell us about that, and what do you think it tells us about trust?
Sure, and thanks for having me. And just before I do that, I'd like to pick up on something that Ben just said there as well, talking about that potential for data to be both an asset or a liability, and sometimes privacy advocates have referred to it as a potentially toxic asset for the reasons that Ben gave there. And I think, though, getting more into what he followed up with, it's important not just to see it from the side perspective of the business as either an asset or a liability, but to acknowledge that this is something that's quite different to other aspects of a business, in that it fundamentally affects the dignity and autonomy of individuals, and therefore, some other people who might compare it to cash, oil, and the like are ignoring those aspects of it. On the side of the claims about data that are made to consumers on the one side and to advertising customers on the other side, this is something that I have been researching this year in particular, and looking at a lot of those claims that firms tend to make, that certain data is anonymous, or they might say de-identified, or in some cases pseudonymous, which most consumers wouldn't have a clue what that means. And the idea behind this is, I think, twofold. One is that to some extent that's an attempt to take the data outside the privacy legislation by saying it's not personal information. But if that argument fails, then these clauses and terms in the privacy policy might be used, or the firm might attempt to use them to claim that they had the consent of the consumer anyway. But I think that in a lot of cases, the claims that this information is anonymous, or that we don't use your name or email, or it's a pseudonymous data, is quite disingenuous and inclined to mislead consumers, because you see that version on the one hand, and then in stark contrast, you see firms then turning to their advertising customers, say in the ad press, and boasting about how many million individuals they can track. So in my paper from earlier this year that I presented at the National Consumer Congress in June, which was called How to Track Consumers Who Don't Want to Be Tracked, I give the example of a major news and entertainment platform that lists off various information to the consumer and says all of this is anonymous data unless you are logged in as a recognized user. And then later on a podcast to the advertising industry, they're keen to say that they can put their hand on their heart and say they can recognize 16 million users, and that they can do that across various websites and even through their offline activity, and that it doesn't depend on user logins. And you can see that there's very different incentives there in what's being put forward to the different sides of the market. It's complicated by the fact that there's not actually a definition of anonymous information under our privacy law. And if this was scrutinised under our Australian consumer law, and I believe these claims should be, and as a matter of law, they certainly can be, then it would be a question of how the consumers are perceiving that, and what the relevant average consumer would take that to mean, if you're saying it's anonymous or we don't use your name or email or it's pseudonymous, then a lot of them would take it to mean this information isn't going to affect me. It can't affect how you interact with me or what's targeted at me and so forth. And on the trust side, I think that undermines trust clearly, to be making disingenuous claims about anonymity or pseudonymity. And that is really taking advantage of the information asymmetries that exist between firms and consumers, when on the firm side, you understand practices like hashing an email address and using that instead of a name or email and the like. And that basically firms need to come clean on this and abandon those disingenuous representations.
Ben, what's going on? I do lots of private sector work. You do as well. What on earth is going on inside of a business, if you could even hypothesize? Is it literally one arm is not talking to the other arm? The sales team are incentivized differently to sell data sets to the team over here that's collecting the data. Do you have any thoughts on what actually might be going on?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it is incentive driven, and if you're, not to single out sales and marketing, because they often do need, the most amount of data around segmentation and being able to optimize, funnels and different campaigns, and so you often see that if you put yourself in their shoes, you kind of go, well, my job is to get out to X number of people, convert them through, and the best way to do that is to try to target it as much as possible and do custom messaging. And so you can, in that just lens, you could argue that let's collect as much data as possible, because then we can micro target, and then we can get down to the optimal way of spending our money. And in a way, they're just trying to problem solve for something they've been asked to problem solve for. And so I think what I often see missing is maybe someone in the business who's taking that step back lens and kind of going, well, how are we actually using this data across the business? And again, how's it consistent with what we actually want to be known for? And what are the short, medium, long-term consequences of us doing this? So a lot of time work is done up front to say, here's what we should comply with, and here's how we do our policies, and here's tick, we've done that work, and now let's often race and run a business, and you don't have that regular cadence and cycle of stepping back and kind of going, all right, that's where we started, but where are we now? How are different teams using it? And are we staying true to what we really want to be known for a business? So I think it's maybe less about different parts of business not talking to each other, because in a way they're all just operating to incentives and goals that they're set, but often missing someone within the organization who's given a real specific remit to regularly rethink through not just the compliance parts, but even almost like the philosophy of how the business wants to think about data and how it wants to treat it.
And interestingly for participants, Kate, when she was trying to pull this session together, there were at least 3 heads of data and privacy from the private sector who all initially agreed and were able to participate in this panel. And then as the data breaches have come to light, they dropped off one by one. So Ben is here representing, giving us some perspective on
one benefit of running your own business is you don't have to report to anyone else and whether you turn off to a panel or not.
Yeah. I want Catherine or Charlie, any comments there before I sort of flip to a different topic?
I think it's really true what Ben says. It comes down to taking a more philosophical approach and thinking, what are we about? And recognizing that part of that can be realizing that it's in the business interests and definitely the customer's interests that you exercise some self-restraint, and that I think to a large extent, a lot of businesses have been treating this like some kind of all-you-can-eat buffet. Let's just sort of take what we can, it's free, and we'll just sort of see if we actually want this later. And, it reminds me, my little brothers used to say at those all-you-can-eat buffets, I'm going to make myself sick. And I think that's really what businesses have been doing, and it's time to slow it down and say we are actually going to restrain ourselves, because we can see what happens when you get excessive about this.
Thanks.
And when we see, you know, in the short term, sure, there's data and financial gains, but even in our research, we've seen consumers, like for example, with the dark patterns work, you know, many consumers stopped using the website. They reported feeling a loss of trust with the organization, and that they felt that their relationship with the business had really been undermined. So in the short term, it might feel like the great thing, like as Catherine so aptly put it, the buffet, and it's all there to consume. In the long term, it could actually have some real setbacks for a business. And if more businesses start taking a more holistic approach and are putting people in front of mind, you'll start seeing also hopefully a shift happen as well. And I feel like, especially with the breaches that have happened recently, people are starting to ask those questions. You know, can I trust the businesses? And this is perhaps that point where businesses will need to start thinking about how they build trust without having to consume absolutely every piece of data that they can get their hands on.
So here's a possibly controversial question, and maybe Catherine, I might kick off with you. But do you think consent is a prerequisite for building trust?
Depends how broadly we're defining consent, and I'm not going to get technical about it, but if we're talking about express specific active consent for every single use, then no. I think some uses and purposes are so obvious to everyone and well within consumers' reasonable expectations, you know, that we're going to use your personal information to fulfill your order, to communicate with you, to take your complaint, to process your complaint, to give to the courier company who'll need your address. All of that stuff, we don't need to be getting consent on that. That's bleeding obvious that all of that is needed. I think it's when organisations want to include further uses or collections or disclosures which are not necessary for the original product or service and directly related to providing that service, or that they're not otherwise within the consumer's reasonable expectations, that you can't be going behind consumers' backs and doing that without their consent. And you can't say, well, we've explained our value proposition now, and that you can't buy this service without having you track you throughout all of your other activities that are unrelated to this. I think that kind of unreasonable bundling also undermines trust. And just one last thing, when I'm talking about reasonable consumer expectations, I don't mean the reduced pessimistic expectations that have been born of abuses and learned helplessness in the current deficient regulatory environment. I mean, what a consumer could reasonably expect as a matter of fairness.
Ben?
Well, I mean, Catherine very, very well spoke to the, I guess some of the considerations in, I guess, explicit versus implicit consent as part of, I guess, using products and services. I mean, I think there is, in many cases, still some value in making consent explicit, and maybe even the case that you gave there, Catherine, of like giving an address, say, to a courier company. There could still be benefit in saying, hey, we need this address, obviously, because we need to deliver it to you, but just so you know, this address stays with the courier driver and we're deleting it afterwards. And, like you still have opportunities, even in obvious use cases, to be clear about what might happen to the information before and after, without going over the top about it. And I definitely think, again, about consent as a progressive thing as well. So it might be different if it's just a once-off transaction of buying something online or what have you, but with many of our products and services now, they come in a subscription form, or we've got a longer term relationship with the business. And so thinking through that as a not just a once and done thing, but maybe the consent I give up front is actually a very small thing that's just necessary to use the basic part of what you offer. And then as I get to experience and it adds more value, then I might ask for more consent rather than feeling like we've got to have all consent done up front. So yeah, I think it's erring on the side of explicitness is a good thing, even if it's not mandated.
I think though distinguish between notice and consent, because telling them this is what we do and don't worry about it, we delete it and so on. I think that's notice, and it doesn't require something of the consumer and doesn't give rise to potential consent fatigue. And then consent, which should be explicit, I think we save for the stuff that's less reasonably expected.
Well, certainly consent can have its place, but the current privacy policies really undermine that really meaningful choice at the moment. So, we've found like 94% of Australians say they haven't read privacy policies, and Catherine touched on that earlier as well. And how can you blame them? Some of them take up to 90 minutes to read. Who's got the time? And in most cases, as is mentioned, that consent's offered in a very much a take it or leave it option and approach. And we found majority of consumers, in fact more than 70%, are accepting privacy policies at the moment, even when they're not comfortable with them. And when we ask why they're doing that, it's because it's the only way to access a product. And so we've really got to find, so yes, Australians want more meaningful ways to receive notification on what's collected and of course make meaningful choices. But as a first step, they also want protection against misuse. If that foundation is there, that your data won't be misused and there are just some things that will just not happen, then you can have that broader discussion. So I believe once those kind of levers are in place, then we can actually have a very meaningful discussion on consent and then how that operates.
So Alexa in chat talks about an experience with Car Next Door when it was sold to Uber, checked with him and confirmed that all of the historic data of the locations had been handed over to Uber. And that pissed him off, rightly so, because his understanding was that Car Next Door would track the location of the car to prevent theft. And years after a service is being used, I didn't expect that data to be handed to a foreign company. Please encourage people to post questions into Q&A. I'm going to flip across to Catherine. You've recently called out the lack of enforcement of what you've called Australia's forgotten privacy principle. Could you tell us about that, about the direct collection rule and what it means for consent and trust?
Yes, there's this little known provision of the Privacy Act in the Australian Privacy Principles that makes it illegal for many companies in Australia to be buying or exchanging consumers' personal information for profiling or targeting purposes. It's almost never enforced. It's actually only been enforced once against the Australian Defence Force, not against any private organisation. And I've argued that the OAIC, our privacy regulator, should be enforcing it against private organisations. So one of the concerning practices here is something that's euphemistically known as data enrichment. That's essentially firms rather going behind their customers' backs in many cases to fill in the gaps about the information that the customer has actively provided them with. So a consumer might sign up for a service or fill out an online form, sign up for a newsletter, and just provide the necessary data like their name and email and delivery address. And then the company can turn to other retailers or data brokers and purchase or exchange extra data, which might be their age, income range, family, habits, purchases, and then use that to build a more detailed profile on the consumer, which they can use to more accurately predict behavior and more precisely target with ads. So this APP 3.6 is the specific provision in the Privacy Act that says that, in fact, organisations that are covered by the Privacy Act must collect personal information about an individual only from the individual, unless it's unreasonable or impracticable to do so. And at least one major data broker has recently asked the government to remove this law and said that it is out of date, and they would prefer it not to be enforced. And as I've said, it hasn't had attention from the OAIC in respect of these data enrichment practices. And really interestingly, unlike a lot of other rules in the Privacy Act, and particularly the Australian privacy principles, consent is not an exception. You can't raise a defence that, yeah, I went and collected this personal information from a third-party data broker or another retailer, but I had this privacy policy which mentioned in the fine print that I collect demographic details from third parties. So my customers essentially consented to me doing that. For starters, that would be a highly questionable form of consent. But people might argue that it still fits within the current definition under the existing legislation. But the problem is it's just not an exception to this rule. Unlike the rule right next door, which provides consent as an exception, this time we've got to fit it within that test of whether it would be unreasonable or impracticable to get it directly from the individual. And in my view, if they're your customer and you could go to them and say, can I have your income range, your marital status, how many kids you've had, and you know, what you're buying on other websites, they'd quite likely say, get lost. And this practice of going behind their backs to third parties, I think recognises that and is just bypassing the customer to do that. So I think it should actually be enforced against these companies. I think it would be a major upset if and when it is enforced, and that it is one of the ways that we see that consent is already, in some cases, not enough to justify certain practices. And I think we will see more of those kinds of rules in future that are substantive rules that say you can't just go through the motions of saying that you've got consent and therefore make everything okay. There will be areas where by law we say you just can't do that.
Thanks. Ben, Chani, any responses there before I move on? Any thoughts?
Well, just on that, look, currently, many of the cases that you see regulators investigate are the ones that they've received reports from individual consumers or consumer organisations like Choice. So that onus can't remain on us to continuously identify and report harm in order for action to take place. So we need to start seeing enforcement models that really involve more proactive surveillance. This is something we've actually been championing for a little while, but we know that for that to happen, we need to see regulators being supported to build their capacity and capabilities. Like, we need regulators to be well resourced to actually proactively investigate and enforce breaches. They also need to be starting to think about recruiting a more diverse skill set into their workforce to not only understand the implications of the law, but also the technical architecture that sits behind some of these really complex business models. You need experts such as ethical designers and data scientists and, AI engineers and information security analysts. They all need to be part of the mix. And it becomes even more important when you see like the examples that Catherine raised, the database harms that are even more targeted and more personalized. So you need enforcement teams to be able to really scrutinize the architecture in the background and really be able to identify if it's going to lead to harm well before mass harm has actually taken place.
So I'm going to start to bring this to a close and shape up. Joanna referred to it yesterday as if you had a magic wand. Chandni, you've talked about a direct ask here of the regulators. Catherine, and you may, Chandni, you might have something else which is your key takeaway, so keep that in mind. But Catherine, I might kick off with you and then hand over to Ben. Catherine, what's the ask or the request or the key takeaway that you would like to share with us today? Is it, for example, a direct request to the Office of the Information Privacy Commission, Information Data Commissioner, who are they that you were talking about before?
OAIC. Yeah, I would be delighted to see the OAIC enforce APP 3.6. I think that would be a massive move on their part. And I think it's inexplicable that the rule has been sitting there without enforcement.
And Narelle notes that there's an ongoing training requirement in the Privacy Act. I didn't know that. Is that a direct instruction to businesses? I don't know.
I didn't see what was the comment?
There's a requirement for ongoing training in the Privacy Act, IIRC.
Yes. If we're referring to businesses there, that would be part of their obligations under APP1, for example.
Right, great, thank you. Ben, takeaways, key thoughts, big asks, instructions. Going on.
How long we got? 45 minutes? No. Look, it's a interesting topic, and I think it's often thought of in a very dry way. I guess my one takeaway is potentially, again, I'm probably coming from businesses thinking this topic through, is to think through this from not just a depth of thought up front, but an ongoing basis, and actually really treat data and consent as part of the experience that you are offering overall. And to potentially not think of it in a dry way, think of it in a positive light as well. A lot of businesses have been able to actually use this and make a differentiator for them. Apple's gone a long way to kind of say we're the data privacy platform who respect your data and your rights. Signal's done that in the messaging world. And there are lots of other little examples, like enabling people to maybe, view a product in guest mode, or not have to give any data before they see what you offer, minimum viable information to sign up. And so there are lots of little ways to actually surprise and delight and actually stand out in a way, because so many other businesses are just going either lowest common denominator, or in many cases are arguably not doing the right thing. So in a sea of mediocre, you often only have to do a little bit to be not mediocre. So thinking of data and consent, not maybe in just a dry form, but also in a way where you might position your business and not just develop trust for what you're doing right now, but if you're going to offer new products and services in the future, I'm way more likely to trust you for those if you've done the right thing with the first thing that I've used for you. So that positive framing, I think, can have a compounding effect.
Yeah, awesome. Chandni, we talked about a direct ask or request of the regulators. Any closing thoughts on takeaways or other requests?
There's so many requests, but I might just say just one thing, that for too long, the focus has been on what the consumer can do to protect their privacy, what settings they can adjust, what tools they should be using. And the onus can't remain on individuals anymore. So we really need government to put clear guardrails in place on what is okay to collect, what is not okay to collect, and also look at modernizing the definition of identifiable data, and then, of course, putting the accountability back on the businesses to really provide a fair and safe and inclusive digital environment for all Australians. Take a lead from them, basically. That would be great. But I'll end it there.
Thank you. Catherine, last 10, 20 seconds, anything from you before we close out?
No, I completely agree that we need to see this not be always, individuals shouldn't agree to that kind of thing, or they should read the privacy policy and so forth. They simply can't. And we simply can't decline every single service and product, including the ones that our employers and schools require of us, on the basis of the privacy policies. We need some substantive rules that don't make it all about this fictional consent.
Panelists, thank you very much. We'll bring it to a close. It's right on 12:30. Well done, everybody. Charney, again, thank you for being a ring-in. Ben, thank you for representing all business. And thank God you're not in the business, but you are a consultant, coach and trainer. Catherine, really deeply insightful thoughts from the research that you've done. Thank you, everybody. Herein lies the end of this session. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks again. And I believe we are going to a lunch break. So we will be resuming after the lunch. I'll hand back just to Bronwyn to hand over. Thanks again, everybody, and see you later.
Thanks so much, Sandy. That was a great session. I think you've already pretty much announced it, but we're basically going to break for lunch now. We'll be back in 45 minutes at 1:15 p.m. Sydney time. And for those who are interested, we have a fireside chat running during the lunch break. Thanks all, and we'll see you after the break.
Hello.
Hi.
Can everybody hear me?
I can. Can you hear me, Jordan?
Yep. Hi, Carla. We're just waiting for a couple of panelists. We'll just give them a couple of minutes to connect.
I'll just quickly introduce your session while we're waiting, Jordan. So this is a fireside chat session. So in this next session, responsible internet expert Jordan, how do you pronounce your last name, Jordan?
It's Giao. So
Jordan
I always
Giao.
say it's like Meow with a G.
Thanks so much. That's perfect. Along with the Australia Institute Centre for Responsible Technology Director, Peter Lewis, will unpack the question of whether it's up to us as the general public to react to the changes and problems tomorrow's tech throws at us, and whether we have enough agency and influence to create a better one. Joining Jordan and Peter are Carla Wilshire and Dan Stinton. And so I'll now pass the session over to Jordan. Hopefully all your panelists have joined.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. We're just hopefully going to get Peter and Dan in this session. But I thought I might start with an overview of the fireside chat. So I was really heartened to hear Michelle Rowland earlier this morning talk a bit about online safety. So obviously the
the intent for the conference is largely around advocating for this multi-stakeholder, global, open and decentralized model of the internet. And I think that's really good and important. However, we can't sort of keep advocating for the strength of that model without looking at some of the harms that have occurred as a result of it. And so the book that we're going to unpack today is a new book that I've written, which really asks that question, which is the theme for the session. So, whether we need to stay resilient against some of these harms, or can we do something to actually design a better infrastructure and a better online environment to minimize some of those harms. And the way the book is structured is around personas. And so we've encapsulated each chapter to have a bit of a characterization of what some of those issues actually are. So for example, there's a chapter on online conspiracy theorists, there's a chapter on freedom fighters, there's a chapter on trolls, screen addicts, etc. And the reason why that was done that way is mostly because to make those issues accessible and to make sure that the general public can actually identify with them and engage with it in a meaningful way. So as a forum, and no doubt the attendees of this forum, we are very well versed in what some of these issues are. For example, we're very comfortable throwing around things like algorithmic bias, surveillance capitalism, and what are often quite conceptual issues, right? But if you're a general member of the public, it's probably a bit harder to engage with that. And so, by advocating for the personas, of using it through the lens of the personas, it'll be a lot easier, hopefully, to engage with. So,
Jordan, just quickly, could you please ask Peter to raise his hand on the account he's using?
Yeah, sure.
I think we can see you now.
Hi, folks. Is that coming through?
Yeah, we can see you, Dan, but I think you're all under my name. So there's multiple Jordans. So thank you for representing me in multiple ways.
Yeah, sorry, I think we had a bit of technical issues on the lead up. I tried to join before and had to sign in and then couldn't join, and Peter sent me a link. So anyway, I'll
It looks like we've finally got it together. And if anyone's around, sorry, this is not the lunch break, and I don't know why the whole thing says lunch break and you can't see us. But we'll give it a crack anyway. And we're going to push on because we don't even want to see that. We'd rather see each other's faces. But anyway, I'm assuming that this is being recorded.
Yep, it's all recorded. So I just gave a brief overview of what the book is about, essentially.
Yeah, so that's great. So we might just now start as if it's the podcast, so it's not a waste of everyone's time. And sorry, folks, we've been sitting in the waiting room for quite a bit of time trying to get in. So not a lunch break, but an episode of Burning Platforms, which is our fortnightly podcast looking at the world of the politics of technology. My name's Peter Lewis, and I'm the director of the Australia Institute's Centre of Responsible Technology. And we run this as a little bit of a panel discussion. I'm here on Gadigal land, and I do want to pay respects to elders past, present, and emerging, and recognise the land we're on was never ceded. Now, normally Burning Platforms runs as a standalone. If people have never listened to it before, you can register through the Centre for Responsible Technology website. The format is normally that we have a panel of 3 people and then we run a deep dive, and regular panelists with us today who are all called Jordan Gow, but Dan Stinton, who's the Managing Director of Guardian Australia. G'day, Dan.
Hello, folks.
And Carla Wilshire, founder of the Centre for Digital Wellbeing. Hi, Carla. You can wave. Our normal format is to have a look at the latest in tech news and then delve into a meaty topic. But this week we are going to spend our time focused on one thing, and that is my colleague at the Centre for Responsible Technology, Gordon Zhao's new book, Disconnect. I met Jordan about 3 years ago when he reached out after I'd written my own book, Webtopia. And his question was, what can we do beyond griping? And between us, we went off and said, well, let's have a crack at public discourse and establish the Centre for Responsible Technology, which is part of the Australia Institute. And over the last couple of years, we've got ourselves involved in a bunch of public discussions, from the News Media Bargaining Code to the ongoing Privacy Roundtable and a New South Wales inquiry into workplace surveillance. And we've generally made pests of ourselves by poking the eye of all those who'd uncritically sell the dream of a shiny, consequence-free tech future. And this has given us a lot of fun, and we've learned a lot along the way. Last year, Jordan and I co-edited the Public Square Project, which was a collection of essays about how we can reimagine civil spaces in a world dominated by corporate platforms. And now Jordan has put together his terrific book. And in the next 30 minutes or so, we're going to discuss some of the key themes emerging from it. And, you know, anyone that sat through the discussions over the last couple of days will know a lot of the story of tech is told from the top down. Very important people, engineers, entrepreneurs, advocates, and politicians. Rarely do we look at the profound changes we are undergoing from the ground up. But this is something Jordan's book does. So before we dive into some of the stories that anchor your analysis, Jordan, maybe just, do you want to share the why and the how of Disconnect, and critically, what sort of conversation you're looking to spark?
Yeah, thanks very much, Peter. And thanks to all the Jordans in the chat. It's hilarious. So Disconnect really came about because I started to see an escalation of the online harms caused by the current setup of the internet over the last few years. And I think we all have to some degree. But it started to really affect me when I started to recognize people that I knew. So not, you know, crazies from far away, but people who were like 1 degree removed from me start to exhibit some of these issues. So for example, falling for, you know, online conspiracies, starting to attend lockdown protests and being anti-vaxxers, you know, starting to be victimized by trolls and screen addicts. So it felt like there was a very real escalation in the last 3 to 5 years of that happening. And so I started very tentatively talking to different groups of people about the idea for the book. And even though it wasn't a statistically significant sample of, you know, thousands, everyone I spoke to said, yes, I know somebody who's like that. Or, you know, I've met somebody who's like that. And so for me, it felt like there was a real reason to start to explore this issue very closely. And that's where the genesis of the book really came. And, you know, through that process, I was able to interview, you know, lots of different people, dozens and dozens. And it really felt like this is a real mental health crisis that we're stumbling into and that we're not really prepared to address.
That's great, mate. So look, let's look at some of the personas. You give us the freedom fighter, the social media narcissist, the hateful troll, the dating app pest, but also a couple that we thought we'd go into a little bit more detail. And let's start with the online conspiracy theorist. And as somebody who has battled his share of online conspiracies, Dan, I thought you could lead this part of the discussion.
Thank you, Peter. And yeah, Jordan, congratulations on the book, mate. I was reading it furiously last night, and I got to say it's a really compelling read. And I think the anecdotal nature of it is actually what makes it compelling, because as you said at the start, we all know people that probably fit the personas in this book, and I think your strategies on how to engage with them are something we should explore here. But yeah, as Peter mentioned, your book opened with the online conspiracy theorist chapter after a bit of introduction, and a bit of history on the QAnon sort of curiosity, if you like, or conspiracy theory. Now, look, I suspect everyone here knows about this, but just in case, this is a very strange conspiracy theory. It started about 2016, and it effectively alleges that the world is run by a group of progressive elites, including the Clintons and the Obamas, and they run the world for the purposes of running an international pedophile ring, amongst other things. And it also alleges that Donald Trump is the savior who essentially rose to power in order to expose this ring and bust it wide open. There's many different variations of this, but that's sort of the kernel of it, if you like. Now, it's clearly crazy, and crazy ideas have been around for a long time. But what was interesting about this is that it started on a fringe website, 4chan, a site with zero moderation and has some pretty vile content, but it then migrated onto Reddit, and then before you know it was sort of going everywhere on Facebook, and before they sort of realized it. Now, you also then touch on, Jordan, just to go into another conspiracy theory, you go on to another one which kicked off around the start of the pandemic, and that outlines effectively that COVID vaccines are either ineffective or worse, that there's something that Bill Gates invented in order to insert microchips into the world's populations. Now, what I find interesting about both of these phenomena is that the crazy ideas have been around for as long as humans can tell stories, right? But they have tended to exist on the fringes and never gained mainstream adoption. And I guess as someone who has worked in mainstream media for a couple of decades, I can speak from experience that we often receive tip-offs of different conspiracies in the newsrooms. Most turn out to be nothing, the vast majority do, but and have no evidence to support them. But a small number actually do turn out to be true, and they become something that the mainstream news media covers. What has changed recently, though, obviously, is that the gatekeepers of information, the mainstream news sites, that's basically been busted wide open, and now everyone can be a publisher and put whatever crazy theory you want on social media. And because companies like Facebook reward engagement at all costs, these fringe and crazy ideas are very interesting to people and therefore drive engagement. And so regardless of whether they are true, they get boosted in the newsfeed and they receive widespread adoption, and this becomes something which is huge. And millions of people in different parts of the globe can start to follow them. So my first question for you, Jordan, is, and I guess it's an obvious one, but nonetheless an important one. Just touch on how important you think social media has been for the growth of conspiracy theories, because they have existed forever, right? Why has social media become the fuel that's amplified a lot of these things?
Yeah, absolutely. And so speaking to all the different case studies that I spoke to, it was very clear to almost all of them that there were two sites in particular that was actually really set the, one quote was, put petrol in the fire of their conspiracy theory laden loved ones. And I do call those platforms out, and it's Facebook and YouTube primarily. And I think what was interesting going through the research was, as you mentioned, it all started, QAnon in particular started in 4chan. And, I think most people probably wouldn't have experienced 4chan because it's quite particular. It's got its own sort of vocabulary and etiquette. But then there was a jumping off point when some of those conspiracy theories that were circulating in 4chan started getting posted in Reddit, which is slightly more accessible as a platform. So Reddit, for anybody who's not familiar, is they call themselves the front page of the internet, and it's essentially a big collection of forums. And so, it went from a hyper niche, hyper fringe sort of environment to a slightly more mainstream environment. So that was one jumping off point. But then the real sort of escalation and what was really noticeable in terms of the speed, the scale, and the spread of these conspiracies was when it jumped from Reddit to the mainstream platforms like Facebook and YouTube. And, whether you're a fan of Reddit or not, the platform still had some sort of moderation controls attached to it. So there's things like downvotes. So if you don't like a particular thing, like a conspiracy theory, you can downvote it until it disappears. There's things like karma scores, where your profile has a score to sort of tell you whether you're reliable or not. So there was still a degree of control over that environment within Reddit. But as we know, in Facebook and YouTube, there's absolutely no moderation whatsoever. And that's when the problems really started to hit. And on top of that, we know that algorithmically, Facebook and YouTube's algorithms, if it thinks it likes that you like one particular thing, it'll serve you that same buffet style until you're full of it, right? So I think that jump from those niche online environments into these really global, billions of users and audiences, platforms like Facebook and YouTube, that was the real sort of escalation moment.
So, Carla, sorry, you go, Dan.
Sorry, one last question, then I'll hand over to you, Carla. Conscious of time, just one quick one. So, Jordan, one of the things that's great about your book is that you go into both things that the individual can do to combat these kind of phenomena, as well as things that the regulators can do and the platforms themselves. I just wouldn't mind starting with this one in particular on individuals, if we could, and just ask you one last question. So, look, I know lots of people, I suspect we all do, as you said at the start, of that have fallen down the anti-vaxxer rabbit hole in particular, off the back of the pandemic. And I have just simply been unable to turn around people's minds on this. It doesn't seem that no matter what evidence you throw at them, it doesn't help. Now, I also think get accused of being part of the problem because I run a mainstream media organisation in the country, so I'm probably coming to it from a pretty distrusted position for a lot of these people. But my question is, what can individuals do, not the ones that are necessarily believing these conspiracy theories, but people who are friends and family of them, to try and bring them back to reality? What would you recommend?
Yeah, so I'm going to cheat a little bit and kind of preface that I think when it comes to some of these media topics, the bulk of the responsibility should definitely be on institutions. So the tech platforms should definitely invest in moderation. Government should invest in more research to understand this phenomenon and invest in rehabilitation techniques. But the reason why the recommendations were split into two, so what we can do at a societal level, but also at an individual level, is to make people feel like there's some sort of agency or control over that situation. And so to answer your question directly, there's a few specific techniques that people can try. And so one of it is actually debunking. And so that's quite a controversial one because, as you said, for people who are really down in this rabbit hole, no amount of logic or reason can get through to them. But there's slightly different techniques that you could do or that you could try as part of that. And a lot of the recommendations came from a book that was written by a guy called Mick West, and he calls himself a professional debunker. So the first and most obvious layer is obviously refuting that particular claim, and only that would only work if it's simple enough to refute. So it's like a very specific situation or fact. But the other two techniques that he proposes is called spotlighting and floodlighting, and they're both about essentially providing so much evidence and so much factual information that person is kind of left with no real alternatives or rebuttals. And the reason why that might work for some people, and not at all saying that it might work for everybody, is that often people who are down these rabbit holes get really quite obsessive. And part of the value that they think they have is the specificity of their theories. And so if you really want to engage and you're able to refute it at the level that they think they have expertise on, according to guys like Mick West, so that might be one way of getting through to them. But ultimately, it's about engaging in good faith and having open communications with them. And, the first recommendation in the book is actually asking, are you up for that? And, do you want to take the time and sustain effort to engage with that person? And in most cases, it's probably not going to happen. And so a lot of the case studies in the book, the people who are up for it are the ones closest to them. So partners, husbands, wives, because it takes that much effort, to even have any kind of traction.
Carla, your organisation, the Centre for Digital Wellbeing, has a particular interest in the wellbeing of children. I would have thought that the Screen Addict chapter would have been compelling reading for you. What do you take away from that part of the book?
Oh, look, can I just say, first of all, absolutely fantastic book. I haven't finished it entirely, but I started flying through it and it's just beautifully written. the chapter that I particularly found fascinating, obviously, was the chapter around addiction, but just even some really eloquent phrases and lines. You know, we're gaming even when we don't realize it. You know, we are now effectively so immersed into gaming and so immersed into technology that, you know, to some extent, a lot of the ways in which we're interacting with technology have changed us to such a fundamental level that we don't even necessarily have that awareness. And another quote I pulled out from the book was, today's internet is basically one big game. And I think, you know, Jordan, you so articulately captured, and particularly by introducing us to the persona of Patrick, a 23-year-old who got completely hooked and immersed into Call of Duty. And you introduced us to his struggles, which on the one hand, you know, he felt that it was such a fulfilling part of his life. And yet at the other hand, there was this deep sense of sadness that in some senses is emerging and immersiveness into the gaming world had cost him so much in terms of his real world life. And it was really only after years that the realization came that, you know, he'd missed time with his mother, and it was only after she passed. And so, you know, to some extent, I found the reading of the book very profound and very evocative. I think, Patrick, you point out that to some extent, in terms of behavioural addictions, we've now moved to the point where gaming has become part of the DSM, the clinical management around psychology, and to some extent has been now recognised as something that is in need of treatment. And you took us through some of those studies, the study in terms of the Finnish study around the way in which interaction engagement, so multiplayer games, really is so addictive, because just knowing that you're playing against someone else really does amplify that addiction. But also the way in which screen time and gaming really does interrupt the development of your frontal cortex, and how that ultimately does affect the structures of a brain. And for a generation that's coming that is spending so much time on screens and so much time in gaming, that the realization that their brain structures are starting to change during their developmental phase will probably be reset for life, to me is probably one of the most terrifying parts of studying this area. So, you know, congratulations again, but I really wanted to deep dive in and ask you if you can tell us, Jordan, just a little bit more about what are the mechanisms that create addiction in terms of gaming.
Yeah, the gaming chapter is really interesting. So it's sort of about screen addiction essentially, and gaming is interesting because it's the first internet or screen related disorder that's been officially recognized by the World Health Organization and by the DSM, as you mentioned, which is the official clinical standard for disorders. Having said that, on the entry, if you look at the DSM list, it's called internet gaming disorder, and the only sort of thing attached to it is needs further study. And so, you know, going through this chapter, well, what it really highlighted was how we're quite dismissive of screen or virtual disorders. And I'll answer your question in a moment, but I just really wanted to share this anecdote where one of the psychologists I interviewed in that chapter, he's actually, he treats gaming disorders for a living. He's one of the few in Australia available to do that. And he attended a conference on addiction. And, you know, the kind of addiction that conference was talking about was, you know, hard drugs like heroin or gambling addiction. So pretty full on. And when he introduced himself and told people what he did, he was kind of laughed at. And so I think we still don't recognize virtual disorders and virtual addictions as legitimate, even though, as you mentioned, the way the internet is currently set up now is one large game. And, you know, a lot of websites and apps use gamification techniques basically as a core part of their platform environment now. So there was a time when gamification was kind of cool and people started to integrate those techniques, but now they're all over the place. So things like intermittent rewards, profile scores, even things like leaderboards, running scores and things like that. So like the features of gamification sort of permeates across basically most of the major websites and internet infrastructure that we see.
Fantastic. Can I ask a follow-up? I mean, to some extent, it has been an evolution to get to the point where we've gotten to around the tools of addiction in terms of gaming and the internet. As we move into Web3 and the metaverse, do you see those tools around addiction as getting worse, stabilizing?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there's, I think, a chapter we're going to go on to speak about, which is about the futurists. So I think what's interesting about those new phases of the web that we're being told about, like the metaverse, is that they're not realized yet, and they're essentially end goals that some of the biggest tech companies are working towards. But the thing I'll say about that is we clearly haven't addressed or resolved some of the current issues we have with this phase of the web. And so, you know, I don't have a lot of confidence that we can build those new phases in a way that's safe and equitable when we're still going through those issues now. And so in a lot of ways that it might actually get worse in this new environment where, you know, we are sort of barely understanding what it looks like, and we're only starting to come to terms with what that setup looks like.
Yeah, and that's actually a good segue into your final persona, which is the naive futurist. And obviously, there are a lot of big targets of very successful naive futurists, and also a lot of less successful ones floating around. Where do you see the fault lines and the key decision points that are going to be made in the way that the Web3, if that's what it becomes, or blockchain develop? Like, what are the critical inflection points?
Yeah, Web3 is really quite challenging. Again, because it's an end state that people are working towards that, you know, isn't quite here yet. But it seems like the philosophy behind it is basically an idea that we want to abolish the current governance of the internet. And so, you know, it's underpinned by blockchain technology, which is essentially a, you know, distributed ledger. And one of the case studies for the Futurist chapter is this great woman called Michaela, and she is a veteran technologist. And I think I agree with her position a lot. And in her mind, there's a disconnect between the vision for Web3 as this decentralized, you know, free from governance kind of world, and the people who are building it, which for the most part are still the big tech titans that rule today's technology, right? So like on the one hand, we're sort of saying we'd be free from those structures, but the people who are developing it now are the people who are actually in power. So I think there's a big gap there in terms of what that vision it looks like and how to try and build it.
Yeah, one of the things that strikes me is that for any of us that have sort of been schooled in UX and user-centered design theory, where it's drilled into us to think about the user. But in a lot of these debates, it seems to be much more about picking a mark where the technology goes and then trying to retrofit a use for the technology. And I reckon if these guys were starting out, they wouldn't get past first base.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the mantras of big tech are starting to come undone as well. Like, so, you know, move fast and break things used to be like a really popular saying that Facebook had popularized.
Like break democracy, yeah.
Exactly. And now we're realizing actually there's probably merit in moving slowly and fixing things. So I think the Web3 idea is just a symptom of that kind of mindset. And in steroids, really. And some of the critics of Web3, let's take Meta, for example, how they're rebranded from Facebook to Meta. Some of the critics sort of say that they just did that because they're furiously trying to get away from this current version of social media that they've essentially broken. And so they're trying to rebrand it to something else and hopefully have a clean slate. So again, you have to kind of look at what those underlying motivations are and who is actually building these new technologies.
So just stretching out the user-centered design, the other thing that you do is you're taught to build personas. And what we've got in your book is a bunch of pretty dysfunctional personas for whom poor design has rendered them a victim. I'm interested, and I know you have policy prescriptions, but are there like, can we change these personas to give them a happier story? Or are we locked into these, the pest, the troll, the narcissist, the fighter? Like, how do we shift this around?
Yeah, and I recognize that the personas seem overly pessimistic, but I think the point is that we shouldn't ignore the harms, and that most user personas actually build for a positive state. And when you're going through a software design process, it's like you have Dan, who's the heavy news consumer, and Carla, who might enjoy entertainment, and Peter, who's really into politics. So those use cases are often positive, but the reason why I called out the negative side of it is just to make sure we don't ignore it. And when we're thinking about building for these users, is like, who are those users? Are we including enough of the right people? Are we making sure that nobody's left behind? And so, user experience and human-centered design is like a nice general philosophy, but are we including all the humans as part of that? And clearly at the moment, we're not, because these kind of outliers and these dysfunctions are surfacing.
So Dan, I guess you and I could have both at times been accused of being naive futurists. What's the positive flip and the reframe? How do we become people that want to embrace a future, but do it not naively?
Yes, Peter, that's a big question. I'm not sure if I've got the answer to it, but I think it probably comes back to what Jordan has touched on. I think a lot of the problem with where this tech has started is not from ill intentions at the beginning. It's just from unintended consequences from these platforms that have emerged as they've gained traction. Startups are very hard, right? They're very hard to do. I've got some experience with this, not great experience either. They haven't necessarily gone very well, but getting them off the ground is often, your audience's safety is often a lesser consideration as you're trying to just make your business
Then your
survive.
investors' well-being, yes.
That's right. And then, you gain traction, but unfortunately that sets the culture of a lot of these organizations then, is because they then start having traction and start becoming popular, and what should have been front of mind at the beginning is not. I think the lesson that we need to take, and perhaps where we can improve the future, is just there's been this sort of utopian version or vision of what tech can do for society as it goes. And look, technology has done amazing things for society over the last sort of 2 decades or so in particular. But the downsides are also starting to become very, very obvious. And so I think that just needs to be something which is built into the start of companies and the culture of these companies from the very, very beginning. But Jordan, I don't know, what do you think? How can we have a more optimistic take on things? How can the future be better than where we are now?
Yeah, well, one of the key projects that Centre for Responsible Technology has been thinking about for a while is, the Public Square project, and I think it's called slightly different now. But the idea that we build alternative platforms, I think I challenge the notion that the way the internet is set up now, and particularly some of the bigger digital platforms, are the only way we can do it. And so if we invest in alternative platforms that don't necessarily have a profit incentive, or don't necessarily have a design where it's meant to, where it only cares about engagement and keeping people in their platforms for as long as possible, then we can maybe start to experience an online environment that is a little bit healthier. And it started off that way in the early days of, Web 1.1 and Web 2.0, but what we've seen is now there's only a small handful of companies that dominates most of our online experience. So if we can actually get to that plurality of digital platforms again, we might start to recover what the original intent of the internet was, which is this, kind of very diverse, open experience.
So it sounds like a bigger role for government then, Jordan. Sorry, last question. A bigger role for government.
Well, I was actually going to throw the government thing to Carla and then round it back, because I do think there is this tension between the individual, the corporations, and the government. So, Carla, having worked in a lot of policy, where does government play?
Yeah, can you hear me, Pete?
Yeah,
My
yep,
internet's
yep.
a little bit unstable.
That's all good.
For this last little bit.
It's all good.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So I think where it's getting to, and I think to some extent this is very much where the Centre for Responsible Technology has gone, and the public square debate, is that we almost need to have a reframe of the notion, because we've seen very much government around cyber rather than in cyber. And I think we need to start having a bit more of a conversation about what is the political philosophy of the internet, what is the kind of structures within the internet, whether they're government or non-government structures, that are going to stabilize and create some of those mechanisms around the balance of power between individuals and between concentrated power, so that we can actually start to look at driving the sorts of accountability mechanisms which lead to better platform design. And I think part of that is really about sort of the government in the real world, but I think part of it is also how do we create those structures online?
That's totally right. I've been musing over this around the data hacks while talking about my vasectomy as well. But the idea of oversharing, I know, but then I was the one that was hacked. In terms of personal identity, I think there is now an acceptance that our ID and our intimate details should not be held in 100 different companies. The question is whether we trust government to build a secure wallet for our identity, whether we go down the Berners-Lee 3.0 path and try to set up our own pod and control it, or else we imagine a third space that operates in our interest. And I suspect we haven't even got to the landing point and all that, but Jordan, they are the three bits. And I often feel that if it's just individual or just government, and there is not this broader sense of a civility, civic structures, the same way industry super funds look after our finances, then we're not going to find the answer, because we don't want the state to have total control, but we can't do it all ourselves.
Completely. And I think it is trying to find that balance between all the different stakeholders and making sure that everybody's needs are represented is probably where we need to get to. And at the moment, it is just a little bit more imbalanced in that, I guess only a handful of corporate interests are defining our current experience. So we need to rebalance it again for the more civic side. And obviously now we're seeing a lot of regulation, so government's starting to get involved again. So maybe we're starting to see that rebalancing happening now.
I think the other interesting bit, and maybe this is around last thought for everyone, is that innovation that is done on the venture capital model is going to lead to certain outcomes. So how do you create an environment of civic innovation, which is done with good design principles, talking to the best in the personas that you've built out there? Dan? Solve the internet for us in 30 seconds.
Sure. That's an easy task. Look, I think it's two things. I think the big problem that we've seen with the Web 2.0 companies is that they've gotten too big and have too much influence. And therefore, I think there's a perhaps dry but important role for competition policy, just to make it easier for alternatives to emerge that perhaps put people's safety and at the heart of things. Basically, that's one part of it. The other part of it, I think there needs to be a greater focus on privacy going forward. I think that one of the problems we see with a lot of these companies, a lot of the harms that come from these companies, is that people's privacy is compromised. which led to you talking about your vasectomy in the Sydney Morning Herald this week, Peter. But and I thank you for that. But
always happy to share.
But the point is, well, this is the point, right? Like the point that you were making clearly is, all of this very personal information is now out there on the internet because we don't have sufficient privacy regulation. I think if you look, it's not going to solve the internet clearly, but if we can improve the competition between these big companies and have much more smaller companies that have less influence, and we can put people's privacy at the heart of everything we do going forward, I think we'll go some way towards solving the problems. But interested to hear what the others think.
Yeah, Carla, briefly, and then I think we're going to be kicked out.
No, look, I'm a bit of a structuralist. So I think, to some extent, there's some really good points there around competition policy and the fact that until you change the underlying economy of how the internet works in terms of the attention economy and rebalance that, I think we've got some serious issues in terms of the way in which it's naturally going to drive in one direction. And I think how we think about that and how we also create a much more nuanced and balanced idea of what the internet could be that we all share in.
Excellent. We're right on 1:15. So lunch is officially over. Thank you, everyone that joined us for Burning Platforms during the lunch break. Jordan, congratulations again. I've just chucked in the chat a link if people want a special discount price of Disconnect through our website. And I will also read that out for those on the podcast, www.centreforresponsible.technology.org.au/publications. So thanks, guys. Enjoy the rest of the day. And mazel tov, Jordan.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks so much, Peter, Jordan, Carla, and Dan for an excellent session. I really enjoyed the conversation. I'm back again to introduce our next session in the schedule. So our next session is a fireside chat, which is sponsored by GoDaddy Registry. The session will be focusing on Tuvalu's digital nation, the race against climate change, and the Tuvalu government's Future Now project. I would now like to welcome fellow NetThing committee member George Pongas, Senior Director at GoDaddy Registry, and the Honourable Simon Kofe, the Tuvalu Minister for Justice, Communication and Foreign Affairs. Over to you, George.
Thank you, Bronwyn, and welcome, Minister Kofe. It's good to see you again, and thank you for taking the time to talk with the NetThing community today.
Hi, George. Good to see you again, and thank you for the opportunity to have this discussion.
Well, here at this fireside chat, although Minister, you're in Tuvalu, so I suspect your fireside isn't running as warm or hot as mine is here in rainy Melbourne today. But we're here today to talk about the Future Now project and specifically how Tuvalu is preparing to future-proof against the severe impacts of sea level rise and climate change. Before we talk about the project, however, Minister, it would be great if you could just tell the audience a little bit about yourself and about beautiful Tuvalu.
Sure. Thank you, George. Obviously, my name is Simon Kofe. I'm the Minister responsible for Justice, Communications and Foreign Affairs here in Tuvalu. I've been in office for about 3 years now. And for those of you who don't know where Tuvalu is, it's halfway between Australia and Hawaii. I think those are two good reference points for everyone. Tuvalu is the 4th smallest country in the world in terms of land area. But in terms of population, we are the smallest in the world. Tuvalu is made up of 9 atoll islands, very low-lying islands. Highest point is around 4 meters. Otherwise, generally, it's 2 meters. And so obviously, as you'd note, scientists are saying that Tuvalu would be one of the first countries that would be affected by sea level rise induced climate change. And so we are at the forefront of the climate crisis. And it's a pleasure to be here today with you, George, to discuss a little bit about how we are preparing ourselves for the worst case scenario.
Excellent. And Minister, we met recently in Dubai, where the government of Tuvalu awarded the .tv CCTLD registry contract to GoDaddy Registry. And that's where I first became aware of your Future Now project, which reminds me, you gave me this beautiful keepsake at the signing ceremony. So I'll put it on here. It's quite heavy too. And it was, I was nervous that I wasn't going to get it through customs, but I got through fine. I did declare it and they did say it was okay. But for the audience's benefit and some context, the Tuvalu domain name extension is .tv, and it's the nation's second biggest income earner. A competitive tender was run late last year from memory, and the contract was awarded to GoDaddy Registry at the Dubai World Expo in March. We're at the final stages, so watch your space, but in partnership with the government of Tuvalu, our plan is to make the government's .tv domain asset the country's biggest revenue earner, and a way to fund these critical projects and initiatives. So, Minister, that's a good segue. What is Future Now? Can you explain it in more detail?
Sure, thanks, George. That necklace looks really good on you, and it's good you're carrying a part of Tuvalu with you. There's shells collected from the beaches here in Tuvalu.
It's from your island, correct? It's from your home island?
From my island, yes. I didn't collect it myself, but it's from here.
I tell people you did.
Thank you. But thank you, George. Yes, we're very excited about this new partnership that we have with GoDaddy, and we're really looking forward to working with you to grow our .tv domain space. And as you said, we hope that one day it will be the #1 revenue earner for Tuvalu. So we're very excited about that. But coming back to the, to the project, the Future Now project, just to give people a bit of an understanding of what the project is. The Future Now project, as the name implies, it's a future-looking project to future-proof Tuvalu in a worst-case scenario. And the worst-case scenario for Tuvalu, as scientists are predicting, is that we could be fully submerged underwater in the next 50 to 100 years. But I think before the islands are fully submerged, I think the people would have to relocate because the conditions become very difficult to live in here in the islands. And so thinking about that scenario, I think as a responsible government, we needed a plan B to be in place for that worst case scenario. Let me just make it clear that the primary strategy for the government is to save the islands, and this is obviously through projects of building seawalls, reclaiming land, raising the islands. That's the primary strategy, and obviously that is a very expensive process given the scale of the projects. But the plan B is what my ministry has been working on, and it's a collection of initiatives, and there are 4 initiatives under the Future Now project. The first one is using Tuvaluan values and principles to promote, or not just to promote, but to advocate for countries to take stronger climate action. And why we see the importance of our values is because we are predominantly a community-based society. We value the well-being of the whole community, and we emphasize the responsibility of individuals to maintaining that order and well-being of all members of the community. And if you look at our land tenure system, for example, it's collectively owned by families and clans. And so that's a big part of our culture here in Tuvalu. And we feel that the world has become so interconnected that we are like a single community. And we've become so vulnerable now to even actions of other states from different parts of the world, and we're seeing examples of that with the war in Ukraine, the pandemic that's still ongoing right now. And so it's important that we promote these values as a way to influence other countries to look beyond their immediate national interest and to look at ways you can balance that out with a greater good, and that ties in very well with our advocacy on climate change. I'll go quickly through the other 3. The second is we're looking at the issue of statehood. And obviously, under international law right now, well, I would argue it's not a consensus at the moment, but there is a definition that is provided under Montevideo Convention on state responsibilities and rights. And that convention defines a state as a nation that has a physical territory, a population, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. And so we're looking at the issue of statehood because it's really important for us. If we are forced to relocate in the future and we lose our physical territory, can we still exist as a state under international law? And it's important to have that status because it means that you have voting rights at the UN and at intergovernmental organizations. In fact, our right to have a top-level country code domain name is also linked to our status as a state. And so that's also very important. Our claims to our maritime zones, I was saying that the number one revenue earner for Tuvalu is our fisheries. And so we're also looking at how do we preserve that interest moving forward. And so we're looking at legal avenues to secure that and for more countries to recognize the permanency of our statehood under international law and our claims to our maritime zones. The third initiative, and probably you might have some more questions about it, is the concept of a digital nation. And this is tied to statehood, because if you maintain your status as a state under international law, then you'd want to have a framework in place to ensure that the government can continue to function, fulfill all our responsibilities and obligations under international law. Our governance systems can operate from cyberspace. And so the idea of a digital nation is tied into this concept of a state without a physical territory. And so we're preparing for that scenario by digitizing all our government services, government processes, but also as a way of preserving our cultural knowledge. We want to also be able to digitize all these things. And obviously it's preparing for the future, but you see also the immense benefit of having these sorts of technology now. It makes us more efficient. It helps us to track the impacts of climate change, provides platforms for data collection. And so that's all kind of tied in with the digital nation concept. And the fourth and the last initiative is climate advocacy. And so that's a very strong focus as well of our project, is to look at ways we can raise awareness on the issue of climate change. And the idea is not just to reach out to leaders, people in government to take stronger climate action, but to also inform the wider public, because we believe that it is the people that votes their leaders into positions. It is the people that will influence and pressure their leaders to take stronger climate action. And so in a nutshell, I think that's everything under the Future Now project.
Thank you, Minister. And obviously we're all aware of climate change. Certainly, it polarizes many people as well, and it's something that, at least from a media perspective, we've been exposed to. But it wasn't until I actually met you in Dubai and we started having the conversation that I became keenly aware of how much more it means. And I think Tuvalu is that example to the rest of the world. Culture, citizenship, territory, whether a country can exist if it doesn't have a physical territory. That becomes fascinating from my perspective, the human impact, rather than sea levels are rising and it's going to affect people. That's I suppose the surface level conversation that we get exposed to. I know that you've been traveling around the world and you've been actively engaged. In fact, for the audience's benefit, you just have to type into a search engine, Google, Simon Kofi speech, and you'll see a whole lot of YouTube clips, a famous one of you at the lectern, knee deep in water. And that resonated and you got a lot of attention. But explain to us what have you been doing, and what type of engagement activities you're involved with to promote this cause.
Well, COP27 is coming up next month, and I'm in the process of finalizing my video that's going to be released. And a big part of that is emphasizing on a digital nation, the digital nation concept. And so by next month, I think by middle of next month, we have Tuvalu.tv website that will be launched as well, and it will be the landing space for anyone who wants more information on the Future Now project and the work that we're doing on the climate change front. There's a lot of competing things that we're dealing at the moment with, but I think the focus right now is to complete that next phase. And we're also looking at building a digital twin of Tuvalu, this being part of the digital nation concept. The idea is to digitize, I guess, a copy of the physical environment here in Tuvalu to exist in the digital space. And that also helps us to track the impacts of climate change, sea level rise over the years, but also the fishing activities that takes place in our waters. Data can all be entered onto the digital twin. So there's a lot of things that will be covered under that, and we're very excited about launching that next month. And we've actually completed the digital twin of one of the islets on this island that I'm living on, and we've identified that islet as one of the first islets that will probably go underwater, and you could see the erosion taking place already. So that will be launched next month. So those listening, you can check out Tuvalu.tv by mid next month.
Which is perfect. It should align perfectly with the relaunch of the .tv namespace globally. So bit of watch your space. I have got a teaser at the end as well that I can share. But there's a question that I see in the chat. Someone's asked, what's the correct pronunciation of Tuvalu and Funafutu? And I'm definitely not doing any justice, Minister.
So it's Tuvalu. That's how you pronounce the Tuvalu, and the capital is Funafuti. That's where I live.
Excellent, and I hope to visit one day soon. I've certainly made my requests for some corporate travel. I may stay a little while too.
We look forward to it.
Absolutely. What's the traction that you've been receiving with your engagement with other governments around the world and recognizing your rights to exist, the statehood exercise?
Yeah. Well, the approach that we're taking, we're dealing with it on a bilateral level. So what we've insisted under our foreign policy is that any country that wants to establish diplomatic ties with Tuvalu, they need to recognize the proposition that Tuvalu statehood is permanent, regardless of the impacts of climate change in the future, and that also connects to our claim to our maritime zones. And so far we have about eight countries that have already signed up and recognized these. And so we're still working to get more countries on board to support this. We're also doing work in the region with the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat. The leaders declared last year that our maritime zones as well, our boundaries are permanent and they do not shift because of sea level rise. We've also been working with the Commonwealth Secretariat, and we were able to reflect it in the outcomes of the leaders meeting a few months ago that I attended. Reflection that the statehood issue, and so we're hopeful that more countries will come on board, because what this does is that it contributes to the formation of new international standards and the formation of customary international law, and so we're working hard on that front.
And I would imagine there are other Pacific Island nations working closely with you there as well.
Yeah, that's correct. And so, I mean, the Pacific Island countries, we all share the same concerns, and our interests are aligned. And so we're working closely with countries like Vanuatu as well. So we're hoping for more support moving forward.
Excellent. I see another question that's just popped up. Minister, many thanks for your talk and for your groundbreaking work in embracing ICTs in government policy and programs. What do you believe the Pacific Forum could do more or better to promote ICT development across the region? And what can partners such as Australia government or industry do better or more?
Yeah, I think the first thing is to ensure that we have the infrastructure in place to get the internet connectivity and connection to a standard that supports initiatives like a digital nation. And I think there are many parts in the Pacific that are still either without internet connectivity or very poor connection. And so I think the primary focus is to focus on the infrastructure to get that, improve the access. Because once you have that in place, then you create the enabling environment for for innovative and creative initiatives like the digital nation. And so I think that is key, and it's something that our partners need to recognize and work with us on that.
Okay, and I see another one from Narelle. Hi, Narelle. I haven't seen you for quite a while. Narelle asks, what sort of bandwidth comes in and out of Tuvalu, and how redundant is it?
At the moment, we're using satellite connectivity, and our bandwidth is around 800 Mbps. That's both, I think, is shared upload and download. But we have a project, an ongoing project at the moment, funded by the World Bank to build a submarine cable. And that's something we're also looking forward to, because that will obviously open up more opportunities for us in the future. But at the moment, that's where we are in terms of our bandwidth. And it's very difficult in islands like Tuvalu because we're so scattered. We have islands that are very distance far away from the capital. And so we've looked at solutions to get them connected as well.
And what else? So when again back from our conversations at Dubai earlier in the year, you were looking at blockchain technology, and one of the things I found interesting was your currency. You currently use, from memory, the Australian dollar, but you're looking at, I suppose, the ability to introduce cryptocurrency, or what are the options there? Have you made any progress in that area? Does that fit with part of your digital nation or the digital twin program?
Yeah, we use Australian currency here in Tuvalu, and one of the greatest challenge we have is cross-border transactions. Partly because our banking system does not support those sorts of services and functions online. And so one of the solutions that we're looking at is working through our telecommunication. We're working with a company called, is it Transmax? Panamax, sorry. So Panamax, we're working with Panamax to introduce mobile money, and we're looking at launching that in the next couple of months. But cryptocurrency is obviously something that we've been thinking about as well, and we see that as a mid to a long term vision to have that in country.
And obviously to support local industry and or tourism, although I know that tourism isn't your primary focus. I learned that in Dubai when I saw someone make that mistake. So I won't repeat it here, but obviously commerce at an industry level and between the islands is vital, and digitizing would certainly support that. and I'm just looking at the chat transcript here. Just someone making a comment. I'm not sure if you can see the chat panel there, Minister, but regarding establishing cryptocurrencies as a legal tender, the example of Costa Rica's use of Bitcoin could be used as a cautionary example. So yes, that is. It was good when they started it, but I think the crypto world went through a bit of a and still is suffering a bit of a hiccup since then. Or then someone, I think, or was it Nicaragua? I'm not sure either, Narelle. But certainly a bit of trepidation as you moved into that technology. Unless there's any other questions, I think we're coming to end maybe a little bit ahead of time. Is there anything else, Minister, that you would like to impart to our listeners or attendees today?
No, I guess just on that last point on the example of Nicaragua. I mean, that's something we've been watching closely as well. I think one thing that we are excited about is the blockchain technology that supports the cryptocurrency market. And obviously, I think the way some of these blockchains are set up is more for the investment and market. But I think what we really need to be looking at is how blockchain can be a utility tool that we can use for day-to-day transactions. And I think that's where many of the cryptocurrencies run into problems. So we're trying to use that as a utility for services. That's something we're still working on as well. And like I said, it's more a long-term goal for us. But what we're trying to do right now is to get our infrastructure in place and to get improved internet connectivity throughout the country.
Excellent. Well, I touched upon earlier the .tv domain, and we're at the final stages of the registry transition and the identity or brand relaunch. I had to twist some arms and get our marketing team to allow me to at least give a little bit of a teaser or a sneak peek. We're expecting the target date for the transition is November 15. So obviously waiting for everything to come together nicely. I'll play a little 15-second teaser and hope that it encourages. Just for everyone's benefit, .tv, although it's the country code for Tuvalu, it obviously has the benefit of being a very generic and very worldwide renowned name. It spells what it is, TV. So the focus is on video content producers and streamers. And if you're in that industry, we would like to make sure that those businesses or individuals who have Twitter accounts or YouTube accounts or Twitch accounts, whatever it might be, use a .tv extension. Thank you, Minister Kofi, for your time today. Thank you to the NetThing organisers for hosting another great conference, and a big thanks to the NetThing community for tuning in. And with that, I will do my share screen, and hopefully I get all the click all the right buttons and just play the teaser now. I believe you should all see a test pattern, synonymous to the old test patterns we used to watch, see it late at night on TV. So that's the teaser. If you want to see more, you'll have to tune in. Click the little thumb button on your Netflix channel for November 15. So thank you, everybody. And with that, goodbye.
Thank you, George.
Thank you, Minister.
That was an amazing chat. I loved that. Thank you, guys. Thank you, George. Thank you, Minister. This brings us into the section where we have 4 presentations for the lightning talks. And I think we have 3 of our 4 presenters are online and waiting. Oh no, Champika is there as well. Excellent. So what I'll do is I'll actually hand straight over to Bart to speak about cyberproofing small and medium businesses, a small step with a big impact. So a security thread for us. That's good to see. So Bart, you're online and you can share your slide deck when you're ready.
Great, thank you, Terry. I will indeed try to do it right now. I hope you can all see that. Thanks and good afternoon, and thanks for joining this lightning talk titled Cyberproofing Small and Medium Businesses, a Small Step with a Big Impact. My name is Bart Hoven, as you mentioned, Terry. I'm leading the cyber capacity building efforts at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, which is an independent public policy think tank based in Canberra. In the next few minutes, I wanted to share some initial findings from running a tool called .au check, which we've been running for the past 6 months or so. And for those of you who attended last year's NetThing, that's where I gave the first preview of the tool. And in April this year, we launched it officially and publicly. So AU check is a free tool that allows owners of websites and email domains, users and customers to check if their website or email domain with their standards are up to date. And some of these standards include the protocols that enable the establishment of encrypted connections, the security of regular website applications, such as online forms and shopping carts, the security of the domain name by checking whether a cryptographic record is available and correctly configured, whether the authenticity marks in your email are applied well, which help against phishing attacks, and finally, whether the use of IPv6, the Internet Protocol version 6, is included. So why this focus on cybersecurity and on Australian small and medium enterprises? As we all know, small businesses are most vulnerable to cybersecurity incidents because often they simply lack the time, the resources, and sometimes the skills to prepare for or defend against a cyber intrusion, or to mitigate and remedy any consequences. And that is why my organization, ISP, supported by the .au domain administration, or AUDA, created this tool, AU check, as I mentioned, to really kind of help businesses quickly and easily test the security of their websites and email domains. The tool is intended to empower businesses to improve their internet security practices. On the slide, you see the latest kind of overview from the threat assessment produced by the Australian Cybersecurity Centre. And in the middle, you kind of see where most of the reported incidents are coming from. So they affect small organizations, sole traders, medium-sized businesses, schools, and contributors in the supply chain. They are among the entities most affected by cybercrime, as well as state-sponsored cyber operations. As we all know, cyber criminals seek financial gain or even sensitive business information, as well as personal data, as we've kind of observed in the last couple of weeks, obviously. And even if these companies may not be the direct targets of cyber incidents, many businesses may fall victim due to the spread of ransomware or the sheer size of a data breach. Now, in combination with this reporting from the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, as you probably also know very well, is that the 2020 Australian Cybersecurity Strategy is where the government instructs all businesses to take their responsibility for securing their products, services and supply chains, and for protecting their customers from known cybersecurity vulnerabilities. But there's a great emphasis on own responsibility for small businesses to take care of their own cybersecurity. So then how can a sole trader or a micro, a small business, or even a medium enterprise be empowered to protect their online presence, their data, systems, and transactions? We believe that an important answer to that question lies in the architecture of the internet. As you probably also know, much better than I do, is that historically the community of technicians that developed internet standards, which include critical security features, are kind of really kind of centerpiece to security of the internet. And let's say they triple down as well to the Australian internet through the various standards that are either adopted in Australia or less so adopted in Australia. I think most of them are reflected in the Australian government or ANASD's information security manual. And you see some of the standards that we adopted for .eu check listed on the left-hand side, and they are referenced from the Australian government's information security manual. But obviously, the uptake of standards doesn't happen automatically. Among other things, it requires public and private sector leadership, some foresight, but also definitely some ambition and some proactiveness, as well as demand from the market. So what's then the current situation in what I would call kind of the Australian internet? So to get a sense of where we're at, we tested the website and email domains for a cross-section of Australian agencies and businesses, ranging from federal government to critical industry sectors and online trading retailers. So I'm just going to show you kind of a snapshot of the results, which is for the moment just a small and random sample of sectors, but I think they offer some interesting findings. So here you see kind of three sectors: federal government, some companies from the ASX 100, and a group of internet service providers, the major telcos. So you see here the percentages that connect to what extent they fully comply with each of those standards. So for instance, for federal government, 12% of the websites that we tested fully comply with the HTTPS, so the encryption and authenticity of the domain requirements that are considered critical or really important. That's on the email side, even less. You kind of see that encryption across email is in a pretty poor state. But you also see that on the government side, anti-phishing standards like DMARC, DKIM, and SPF have really taken an uptake over the last couple of years. And you see that reflected in the scores. Across the ASX 100, as well as for the ISPs, you also probably realize that scores are not super impressive. Now, that said, I think there are a couple of takeaways here. I think one is that email security standards are implemented more enthusiastically than website security standards. And I think that's to be correlated with the many cyber incidents that relate or originate from spoofing and fake email messages. Secondly, which I think is worrying, that the encryption of those connections for websites as well as mail domains is pretty poor, given that kind of encryption and authenticity is such so important. Now, I have to say that kind of the percentage score does not say that they are unprotected or unencrypted. There are just a few instances of that situation, but it's mostly a matter of important elements, kind of the chain of authenticity or the chain of encryption that are missing or are ill-configured. Thirdly, I think it's noteworthy that website security options are hardly implemented at all across the sectors represented here. So these are features that address things such as cross-site scripting, where a malicious scripts are injected into otherwise benign and trusted websites. Clickjacking, where a visitor is tricked to click a button or a link that leads to another malicious page. Or man in the middle, or man in the browser attacks, or session hijacking, where an attacker gains unauthorized access to an existing session, stealing a alleged session token. So I think it's quite important and quite telling that website security options are hardly configured at all on any Australian website or email domain. Fourthly, and this has been a particular kind of thing that we have experienced throughout the project, is that DNSSEC or DNS security has been really a hard sell in Australia. We only see some .gov.au domains that have their domain name signed. And I think despite general acceptance that hardening the domain name system is really important and required, the community in Australia, definitely compared to some other nations, has been quite reluctant to embrace DNSSEC as a step in that chain to hardening the DNS system. And I think that's an important step to address as well. Finally, on a, I think, more positive note, we see quite some attention to implementing the basic email security standards, as I mentioned before. And that's really, really tremendously important and shouldn't underestimate it. At the same time, if we're looking kind of at sectors outside of federal government with scores around 40%, that's still far below what we should aim for. So I think that's kind of a bit of a mixed message, of course. And I think compared to other economies that we looked at, comparable economies as well, Australia is performing below what should be expected from what I think is a mature and digital nation. So a few examples, a few options, I think, to consider in kind of moving this debate forward. For instance, should we perhaps encourage leadership by the big movers and shakers in this world much more? And this includes particularly the telcos and internet service providers. In other economies, we've seen that kind of their proactive uptake of internet security standards, as we discussed here, can make almost an instant and significant positive difference. And obviously also there is a role for federal and state governments to play potentially a bigger leadership and advocacy role, and that includes the ACSC through cyber.gov.au. I think potentially there may be a more prominent role for Standards Australia as the national standardization body in encouraging and incentivizing greater uptake across industry in cooperation with the likes of AUDA, the network operator groups, as well as representatives of the small and medium business community. And finally, we would like to encourage owners of websites and email domains, whoever uses them for business or for commerce, to have an informed conversation with their service provider. And this includes hosting providers, obviously, email clients, as well as domain registrars. And using .aucheck.com.au may help having that conversation and starting that conversation. So to conclude, embracing and adopting internationally recognized standards such as these are not hard, but it does require a bit of an effort, a bit of enthusiasm, and also a degree of proactiveness and possibly some public scrutiny. And I think if we would be able to achieve that through forums like NetThing and others, I think we can make the Australian internet near instantly a much safer place to connect and to do business. With that, I'm looking forward to any questions or comments, and also very happy to take discussions offline and seek partnership with those members of the internet governance community here in Australia to take this dialogue and this conversation about internet security standards forward. Thank you, Terry. That was my talk.
Well, thank you, Vart. We actually do have a question from Michael Robinson. What is the number of site systems in each domain that you have on that slide? And that's a very good question because it will inform us about the data gathering as well.
Yeah, totally. So this is, as I mentioned, just kind of a very small snapshot. So we looked at about 10 federal government domains, about 10 ASX 100 companies that have an Australian domain name, and we looked at about 10 ISPs. So this is, as I mentioned, a bit of a snapshot, but in the next couple of months, we'll have kind of a much broader, sample across about 15 economic sectors to be shared, and obviously that will be a much more representative sample by then. Yeah,
indeed. So, given we're targeting small businesses, what would be the one piece of advice you would give a small business today in plain English language that they should take and implement if they can straight away?
Yeah, so I think that's probably kind of the conversation we may be trying to avoid. So I think one thing is the onus should not be kind of on small and medium businesses. I think the onus should be kind of on their providers. And I think by using a test tool like UCheck, they can kind of have that conversation or start that conversation, saying, well, why are you not providing me kind of all kind of service offering with all the standards kind of by default included? And there might be good reasons for that not occurring, but at least then we know, then we have kind of a conversation about those good reasons, rather than not doing them kind of by default or unconsciously not doing them.
And that's interesting advice. It obviously for you, you feel it's an upstream problem, so the problem may actually belong to ISPs and transit providers per se.
Yep.
We still have about 90 seconds. If anyone else has got any other questions, any of the other panelists maybe have a quick question. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next presentation in about 20 seconds time. I do see that we have Mohammed online, who is going to talk to us about the new Bangladeshi internet exchange. But yeah, I think we're getting a few congratulations. So yes, thanks.
That's always good to hear.
Yeah, Cheryl is saying thank you, Bart, as well, and excellent. So our next talk is from Hassan in Bangladesh from Digicon Telecommunications Limited. Hassan is I think, assistant manager or systems admin in that organisation. I do know him from attendance at various APNEC events as well, which is good. So I'm hoping, Hassan, if you're available there, you can open up your video and share your slide deck.
Hi. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay, is it okay?
Excellent. Perfect. We're ready to go. Thank you very much, Hassan. Over to you.
Good afternoon. Hi, I am MD Rashid Hassan. I'm from Bangladesh. Now I am working at Digicon Telecommunication. I am working here as a system admin. Today's my presenting topics is Tale of a New Bangladeshi NICS. At first, I will discuss about the acknowledgement. This paper is made taking notes, diagram from ethnic training materials and BTRC website. Internet Exchange Point, ISP. What it is? Any place where providers need to exchange traffic. How looks ISPs? ISP's simple diagram is that the ISP switch is in the center position and all ISPs are connected to the ISP switch. Why an ISP? ISPs help reduce the portion of an ISP's traffic that must be delivered via their upstream transit provider, thereby reducing the average per bit delivery cost of their service. ISPs play an essential role in reducing the cost of transit connection over the internet. Who can join an ISP? Requirements are very simple. Any organization which operates their own anonymous network, member needs to have their own address space, their own AS number, their own transit arrangement. Members include commercial network operators, academic and resource network, internet infrastructure operators, content providers, content distribution service, broadcaster and media, government information networks. For services offered in ISP, CC, TLD, DNS, root server, Usenet, news, route, collector, looking glass, content redistribution, caching, network time protocol, NICS deployment journey. That means our NICS deployment journey. We have followed this is procedure to deploy NICS. First, study, observation, plan, deployment, configuration, and we have faced many challenges and overcome these challenges. After that, we have taken necessary initiatives to deploy our NICS. Study and assessment. At first, we have learned from BTRC recommended NICS diagram in Bangladesh. In this diagram, we can see that internet data network has international content. It's connected to satellite and it's connected to IIG. And our NICS is connected to this IIG. That means our IIG, Apple Communication. In NICS, domestic contents are available, like domestic contents are available and other ISPs are connected to the NICS. And all users, that means end users are connected to the NICS. And other users are also connected to the NICS. And like this NICS, another NICSs are also connected to IIGs. One monitoring tools are connected to the NICS to monitor all the connectivity. That is a schematic diagram of NICS. In this diagram, you can see that looking glass, CCTLD server, route server, root server, NTP server, and internet client server are connected to L2 switch. That means NIC switch. Administrators are directly connected to the NIC switch. And monitor tools also connected to the NIC switch. All ISP routers are connected as well into the layer 2 switch, that means NIC switch. And other users are connected via ISP router. NICS deployment plan. NICS deployment plan is look like. IIG router is connected to our NIC switch and ISPs are connected to this switch. And we have, we have another switch is for server join switch for server and services connectivity. We have deployed some servers, ISP manager, route server 1, route server 2, RTB server, SIP-IX, RPK validator, Looking Glass, NTP server, and NMS server. All servers and services are connected to the server zone switch, and this switch is directly connected to NIC switch to provide the services to ISPs. Deploy route server as a route collector. We have faced several types of challenges to deploy route server. We had two options, device or server, to make the route server. We have chosen server to deploy our route server. There are many daemons to deploy route server. We have chosen BART daemon is best. The standard and works best. It's working fine. That's why we have chosen BART. There are several versions of BART server, like version 1.7, 2.09, and others. We have chosen BART version 2.0. Route server replacement diagram is that we have two route server 1 and route server 2. This is connected to NIC switch, and ISPs are connected also NIC switch. ISP routers are making the BGP session between our route server 1 and route server 2. As a result, ISPs are get the route from route server. After that, ISPs can exchange the traffic between ISP 1 and ISP 2 using this is routes. Two servers are available there for redundancy purpose. We have worried about network security. For this, we have faced challenges to ensure the network security from the attack like DDoS to drop undesirable traffic. To overcome this scenario or this situation, we have two solutions: BGP full expect, RTBS. We have chosen RTBS, and we have deployed RTBS solution here. ISPs are connected to the NIC switch. Route server are also connected to the NIC switch, and RTBS are also connected to the NIC switch. If one attack is come from ISP 1 towards ISP 7, then RTBS, then DDoS detection tools detect this. After the detection, route server change the routing information with BGP community tag and send the route towards all ISP. After that, if one attack is come from ISP 1 towards ISP 7, then the destination will change. And if one attack is come from ISP 1 towards ISP 7, then its destination will change, and this traffic will go to server 1 to RTBS server. After that, RTBS server will acquire this traffic. This traffic will never goes to ISP 7. So we can tell ISP 7 is safe from the DDoS attack. When DDoS detection tools detect that no abnormalities is available right now, no attack is still right now, then route server will share the route again towards all ISP routers. After that, normally all incoming traffic from ISP router 1 towards ISP router 7 is reachable easily with the previous shared routing information. With the details about the working flow. Build up the intercommunication between IPDSP to IPDSP for call forwarding. We have deployed SIP-IX server and SIP-IX services here. IPDSPs are connected to our NIC switch, and we know that IPDSP is also connected to subscriber and user is connected to subscriber. If user 1 from subscriber 1 would like to make a call with ISP user Y, then this call is going by using subscriber. After that, it's going to IPTC1, and this goes to NIC switch. After that, NIC switch will forward this call towards IPTC2, and finally IPTC2 forward this call towards the subscriber, and after that, user Y receive the call. As a result, we can reduce the bandwidth, and we can reduce the cost, and we can provide the best efficiency in IPTSP communication between one user to another user. Challenges, we have also faced several challenges here, like unlimited concurrence calls, minimum call setup time, ensure high voice quality all time, ensure high availability. For this, we have taken several types of initiatives to resolve this issue, and we think we have success. Validate BGP prefixes advertised by networks constituting the internet. We have deployed RPKI validator, which is connected to the server zone. By the way, it's connected to the NIC switch. When one route is shared to the route server 1, then route server first check this route with the RPKI validator. Is it valid or not found or invalid? If it is valid, then it's stored into the route server. If it's not valid, then invalid, then not stored into the routing table. If this route is not found, then it also is stored into the routing table. Is the route checking mechanism, RPKI validator, we know that. Looking glass deployment. Looking glass provides you with information related to backbone routing and network efficiency, providing you with the same transparency that customer on a network receive directly. Our looking glass is connected to the server zone as well as NIC switch. NIC server, NTP server deployment. To make the time correct and synchronize automatically, deploy NTP server, and it's also connected to the server zone switch, and all servers are synchronizing with the NTP server and maintain the correct time as well. ISP manager deployment, full stack management system, we can call. Is deployed for manage PRs, contact details, and users. Single solution to document everything, switches, ports, cabling, provides statistics and insight to PRs, MRTC, smoke pin, explore. We have many plans with the NIC server. Our expected plan is that enable BGP full expect also. CCTLD DNS deployment, a map of root server instance. We have already contacted with several type root servers authority, and we have already get the green signal. Hope that we will get a root server instance within short time. At content redistribution or caching service, so we have already contacting as well for caching services, and hope that we also capable to include these services into our next environment. And maintain routing registry. That's all. If you have any question, please.
Well, thank you, Hassan. That's actually a really good presentation. I'm actually very pleased to see some of the things you're doing with NICs. It's amazing. We do have a really good question from Narelle Clark, who actually is one of the people who runs IX Australia here in Australia. Narelle wants to know if you see that much DDoS traffic on your exchange.
we have faced some DDoS attack from several sources into our site, and for the ISP era, and we have already deployed RTPs to overcome this DDoS scenario for future basis. It's the we can call that it's the preparation or pre-initiative or proactive initiative to face this DDoS traffic for the ISP environment.
Excellent. Well, our time is up. Look, thank you very much for your presentation. I will get your details from NetThing and follow up about the root servers, because we do have a program here for deploying root servers at APNIC. So I'll have a talk to you about that.
Thank you.
I believe next on our agenda.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for giving me opportunity, and I am really pleased to you all. Thank you very much. Thank you all participant, and thank you all presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, next up, we have Champika, who is with ICANN. He's the Regional Technical Engagement Manager for the Asia Pacific region. And Champika is going to be talking about best practices in securing DNS. Champika, I hope you have a slide deck. If you don't, that's
yes,
not a problem.
I do have, yes.
Thank you very much.
I will share the slides.
Thank you.
Can you see my slides, Terry?
Yes, I can. Excellent. Perfect.
All right, great. Yeah, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. And also thank you very much for NetThing 22 for giving us this opportunity. And so as Terry mentioned, my presentation will focus on the best practices in securing DNS. Now, first of all, speaking of DNS, DNS contains quite a lot of information, wealth of data about your systems. Basically, things like your domain names, your organization's different type of host names, IP addresses, the mail server information, the database location, and things like that. There are quite a lot of information. So this is why it is very important for us to protect the DNS data. Not only the data, of course, but also the DNS infrastructure in general. So the objective of this discussion is about, what are the best practices in trying to secure our DNS infrastructure. Now, just to sort of give a very quick overview of the DNS components. Now, typically, when a DNS query gets resolved, as we all know, we use DNS on a very regular basis. Every time when we send emails, or when we try to browse, or when we use mobile apps and things like that, we always use DNS. So if you see, we have our client device, and we have a stub resolver in our operating system, the client device basically, which will interact with a recursive resolver. So there has to be a party who is operating this recursive resolver. Sometimes we also call this as a recursive server, or even a caching server. The query goes there, and then usually, these recursive resolvers are managed by our ISPs or network operators, mobile operators. There are also public DNS service providers as well. So the query goes there, and then the query from there, the queries would go into authoritative servers. For explanation purposes, here we only show only a single server here, but in the reality, we have multiples of servers that are taking these queries. So DNS is a very hierarchical system, and top of the DNS hierarchy, we have root. And then we have top-level domains like .au, for example, or .com, and so on. There are over 1,500 at the moment. And then we have second-level domains and third-level domains, and so on. So it's a very hierarchical system. So if anyone is managing any of these zones, basically you have to run an authoritative name server. So when you speak of these DNS servers, earlier we were speaking about recursive servers or recursive resolvers, and where the data actually resides we call it as an authoritative name server, so that the server can give reliable responses to the recursive resolver. And speaking of the root servers, again, the root server, the root has to be secure, stable, and resilient. So this is why we have many root server instances scattered around the world. Again, currently there are over, around 1,500 or so root servers as well, instances scattered around the world. And then TLDs, of course, I explained you earlier, and the second levels and so on. So the responses are being received by the recursive resolver, and then recursive resolver would provide these responses to the client back. So once the responses are given back to the client, the responses are, of course, kept in the caches or the memory in these recursive resolvers, so that the following questions from the same client or other clients that is being served by the same resolver can be answered very quickly. So that's the sort of general setup of a DNS sort of query process. And only thing is actually when you apply the security into this whole mechanism, it is very important that we have to protect every aspect of these transactions. Now, usually in DNS, we expect, a client would go and send a query to a server and then get a response, just like what we discussed before. We expect a query goes into our recursive resolver, and then we expect a response from our recursive resolver. But the question is whether are we really sure whether we are really getting this response from our recursive resolver. Say if you might be trusting your ISP, so you are sending all your queries to your ISP. But the question is it really that all your queries are going to your ISP's recursive resolver? It could be going somewhere else. And so these are the things that you have to be aware of. And the other thing is even the recursive resolver, if they are contacting a root server, for example, or if they are contacting a TLD name server, these queries, are they really going to the correct place? Or are they really getting responses from an evil party, basically? This is where we have lots of security issues in DNS. So there can be some wrong responses that can come from incorrect parties. And then these wrong responses can get cached in these recursive resolvers so that the clients would get wrong responses. So this is where things like cache poisoning could happen. And also, during transit, some of these queries can also be, some of these responses can also be modified. So the integrity of the data can also be lost. So we have to actually think about all these aspects when you think of DNS security. I mean, running DNS is all good. Usually what happens is that when the operators, they run their DNS infrastructure, it's running all good. Some tend to stop at that stage. But it is very important that we go beyond that and see what are the best practices in trying to secure our DNS infrastructure as well, because there are many security mechanisms. By the way, like the DNS protocol was the initial RFCs were written a long time back, maybe like 40 years ago, early 1980s. So since then, there have been so many of security standards that have been written. And also actually these security standards are in practice. That is also why it is very important for us to apply these standards and then secure our DNS. Now, if you see this diagram, you can see actually the potential target points of a DNS ecosystem. Now, I would say a DNS ecosystem mainly because it's not just one operator or one just single party, because it's a very complex sort of ecosystem that we are talking about. So you have clients, you have resolve operators, you have authoritative server operators, then you have root server operators, then you have registries, then you have registrars, you have registrants, and it's very complex. So to secure our DNS, we have to make sure that all those areas, so all those transactions with all these different parties has to be protected as well. So and also we cannot expect that we'll be handling everything. So whoever the party who is handling any piece of this whole infrastructure, they have to think about their aspect or their perspective, and then try to protect their part of the component. So if you, for example, if you consider here, the stub resolver talking to a recursive resolver, this is of course going in clear text. There can be some man-in-the-middle attacks and things like that. And then from recursive server to authoritative server, similarly, just like what I said before, there could be some, the queries can go into wrong places. And even between these authoritative servers, you can have multiple authoritative servers, like primaries, secondaries, multiple secondaries, and so on. So between those servers, we have to make sure they are consistent, their transactions are all consistent and valid, and so on. And also between the registries and registrars, their communication has to be properly secured as well. Even from client's perspective, like from registrant's perspective, we have to make sure that the interfaces, the credentials, because nowadays there are lots of credential thefts as well. So these interfaces are well secure. In fact, actually, in the previous presentation, the first presentation, Bart was mentioning about different sites and different security standards. We saw that many organizations, actually, they have not really complying with many of the security standards. So that is why it is very important that we have to think about all these aspects as well. Now, I also want to highlight one little thing here, which is actually a standard called DNSSEC. DNSSEC stands for DNS Security Extensions. So DNS Security Extensions, or DNSSEC, is there to protect the DNS data, basically to handle or to protect the authenticity and the integrity of DNS data. Authenticity means, are you getting the right, are you, really if you're requesting for a question, for a response from me, are you really getting it from me? So that's authenticity. And then integrity is whatever I send you is not really modified in the middle, and you get the same stuff that I sent you. So these things are all taken care of by DNSSEC. So if you deploy DNSSEC, if your organization deploy DNSSEC, these, we can eliminate many of these attacks like cache poisoning or DNS hijacking and things like that. We also saw that based on, again, I'm referring to Bart, we also saw that based on the statistics, less percentage of DNSSEC deployments were there, especially like in second level domains. So we really encourage organizations. Of course, .au has deployed since about 9 years ago or so, and then so the second level domains or third level domains in Australia, they can always deploy DNSSEC. They can sign their domains, they can sign their DNS data. And also, if you are a network operator, if you are a mobile operator, you can enable validation in your resolvers. Now, with all this discussion, I just want to also highlight about one of the tools that we have that ICANN has initiated, something called kindness. So this is to promote the DNS operational best practices. Now, kindness has a sort of a long acronym there. I'm not going to read all this, but this is, you may have heard about actually the ISOC manners as well. So this complements also manners because manners, the focus is on the routing aspects, but the kindness, here the focus is actually on the DNS side of it. So so any organization, if you are operating any of those different type of operational aspects that we were talking about, you can always test your situation in kindness. So this is something that I wanted to highlight. So for example, if you are an authoritative operator, so if you are running some TLDs, or if you're running some critical zones, even second level domains and so on, there are some certain best practices. For example, you have to run multiple authoritative servers, or whether you have deployed DNSSEC, or whether you have certain proper access controls, things like that. You can test against that. You can do a self-evaluation. Similarly, if you are a resolve operator, for example, some organizations could be closed and private, in corporate level, they could be running their resolvers, or some organizations like ISPs, mobile operators, and so on, they could be running shared private resolvers, or there could be some public resolve operators as well, which is actually the resolvers servers are open to public. So in all these cases, actually, kindness will give sort of, a list of best practices, and it will check against all those best practices. So you can evaluate your organizational environment, your environment, and then get a self-evaluation done. And similarly, the core system as well. I mean, whether you are applying all the cyber hygiene into your core system, like, the BCP 38s and so on. So you can actually get, through kindness, you can get a self-assessment and reports. And again, if anyone wants to try this out, you can still be anonymous, and you can try this out using this tool. And also, but if any organization want to become or want to enroll and participate, that also can be done. And we also encourage that as well, so that you can share your best practices with the other operators as well. So we would encourage this participation, the community participation here. So basically, you become a goodwill ambassador there. Now, to try this out, you can always go to www.kindness.org, kindns.org. And as I said, you can explore this tool as well. You can even initially try it as a self-assessment. You can be anonymous, but then if your organization want to join as a member, you can join and sort of be an ambassador there as well. And there is also a mailing list that we have, kindness discuss at icann.org. You are welcome to participate there as well. So with that, I just want to say thank you to you all, and just wind up my presentation. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Champika. I like that. It's been noted on the chat that the Internet Society has two programs. One is manners and one is kindness. So the hint here is to practice kindness and to start using good manners. I think that's a really good metaphor for what we're trying to achieve here. Now, Narelle actually has a quick question. Does Champika see a role for IXPs in the kindness program, i.e., Internet Association of Australia operate IX Australia with numerous routes and registry operators connected? So that's a very good question. How is that applicable to an IXP who has Anycast root servers connected to it? So is there something we can tell Narelle there about that environment, or does kindness apply?
Yeah, actually, that's a good question, in fact. But of course, in your environment, if you're running a resolver, or if you're running any Anycast authoritative servers and so on, you could still test in that category. And we do not have any specific category for IEX IXP operators as such, but I can always give this feedback to the team that is working on kindness as well, so we can see how we can sort of enhance on that, and that's a good feedback. But again, if you're running some, as I said, if you're running some recursive servers or any authoritative servers at the moment, you could still test based on those.
That's good advice. In fact, maybe we could get Narelle to tell her members about kindness and get them to start looking at using that with their own resolvers as well. Champika, thank you very much. That was a very informative chat. Now we have our last session, again, along with the DNS theme. This time we have Bruce Tonkin, who is the Chief Operating Officer at Auda, and he will be talking about DNS abuse. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you, Terry. Okay. Oops. Okay, hopefully that screen's now sharing. So first, I thought just start with the definition of DNS abuse, which is commonly used amongst registries and registrars globally. And that's basically four categories. One is phishing, which is where a domain name is typically a misspelling of a well-known brand. You arrive at the website and it looks like the website of a bank, and it's asking you to put in your credentials. And essentially the purpose is to capture your username and password, which they then use with your real bank. Malware, the most common example that people hear about that publicly is ransomware. So this is where you go and visit a website, you inadvertently download software into your computer, which infects the network and tries to do some sort of harm to your computer data typically. And then you pay a ransom for that harm to be removed. Botnets are essentially computers that are used to control some of these activities, particularly denial of service attacks. Farming, you don't see that much of, and it's more something like, I think one of the earlier speakers talked about DNSSEC, but essentially where you're typing in a real domain name, but that domain name gets misdirected to another website. And spam, where it's used in one of the four mechanisms above. So usually phishing is associated with setting up the phishing site and then sending an email and tricking the person to click on a link in that email that takes them to the phishing site, and the same with malware as well. One of the challenges with dealing with DNS abuse is just the number of intermediaries involved in providing internet services. So it's usually multiple companies. Starting with the bottom right, a person that wants to register a domain name typically uses a reseller. That in turn uses registrar, which talks to a domain name registry, which publishes the information in the DNS. And then that same registrant on the bottom right creates some content. They put that onto some sort of content management platform like WordPress. They'll have a web hosting company that hosts that content. And then the user on the top left corner will ask the DNS to get the IP address. Once the user has the IP address, they contact the ISP, and the ISP might in turn connect to a content delivery network of some sort, which is intended to make that information, that content available more quickly. So a lot of parties there. Typically the parties in blue are associated with the DNS resolution, and the parties in red are involved in content. And so generally what I'm talking about in this talk is the activities that the parties in blue take to deal with the DNS abuse side of things. But we don't generally get involved in content. We're not looking at logos on websites or pirated material and the sorts of things that are held by the parties in pink. So there are quite a few global initiatives to tackle DNS abuse. And these are all open sort of multi-stakeholder initiatives. All of these have been done on a voluntary basis by industry participants that are trying to reduce DNS abuse. The first one is a group of registries and registrars got together to define DNS abuse and then help define some procedures for dealing with DNS abuse. The next group, which is out as a member of, which is the DNS Abuse Institute, and I am on the advisory council. They've been developing a few tools. The first tool they've released is a tool to help with reporting abuse, which is NetBeacon. One of the problems that providers like registries and registrars have is they get a lot of people that will say, here's a domain name, we want you to take it down, and they don't provide any further information. And so the purpose of NetBeacon is to capture the information from the user that would be necessary for a registry or a registrar to be able to verify that that abuse is real and to take action. The next initiative from the registrar stakeholder group is actually to help people find the right contact at the right party. And so in that previous diagram I showed there's a number of intermediaries. There are registries, registrars, there's hosting companies, there's ISPs. All of those organisations have abuse contacts that members of the public can contact if they want to raise a technical abuse query. And this tool, which has got an acronym of ACID, is the ACID tool, but effectively you type in a domain name and it will give you a list of abuse contacts associated with the registry, the registrar, the web hosting provider, and the email hosting provider. Next one is a European initiative, which at the moment is mostly collecting statistics about DNS abuse to help policymakers in Europe. And then the last one, again, is something that Out is heavily involved in, which is working on a survey of practices amongst country code operators to share information on how each of us manages DNS abuse. So I've talked about DNS abuse in general. Talking about it specifically in .au, about 0.03% of .au names are associated with abuse. And this is as, excuse me, this is as reported by ICANN's Domain Abuse Activity Reporting System. So we provide data to ICANN, they accumulate reports from all around the world, and then they calculate a level of abuse. So for .au, they've calculated it as 0.03. Currently, the global average for top level names is about 0.13. So relatively small percentages, but then of course you're dealing with huge numbers. So 0.03% of 4 million names is still a problem that's worth a constant effort to try and reduce. And what we noticed when we've been looking at DNS abuse cases in .au now for about 12 months is most of it is not so much people that are maliciously registering a domain name. Because we have validation processes in .au, we don't get that much of that. So nearly all of the DNS abuse that happens in .au is as a result of not so much abusing the domain registration system, but it's actually hacking the websites of small businesses. And so a typical profile is a small business that's had their website for more than 5 years old. They have not kept their computing environment up to date. Often their content management solutions, such as WordPress, is running a very old version and it's easily hacked. And the mitigation methods, and Bart sort of mentioned in the first talk in this session, is essentially implement good practice IT security, which means regularly patch the operating system that's running the web server, patch the applications like WordPress, use two-factor authentication when you have an account with a registrar or a hosting account. And another last one is be very careful if you've ever had a domain name and you've used it for email. It's not a good idea to let that name lapse because what another activity is people register domain names that have expired and they register those names to get control of the email addresses, which they then in turn use to get into things like registrar accounts and hosting accounts and things. So be very careful of keeping your email address protected. So those are sort of things that you can do to protect yourself against DNS abuse. We realise that in many cases when we're dealing with small businesses, they generally are probably not in control of their IT environment. So usually they'll need to contact someone to either rebuild their website on a safe platform or give the information to their current IT supplier and get them to update their systems. And that's one of the benefits of that AU check tool that Bart was mentioning earlier, is that small businesses could run a check, get a feel for how secure their website is, and provide that information to their IT supplier. If you come across a phishing site or get affected by malware and it's related to a domain name in .au, you can report that directly to Outer. We get very few direct reports of DNS abuse. It would be less than once a month. If we get a direct report, we will investigate it. Essentially what we're trying to do is verify that we can see that the complaint is accurate, and then we'll pass that information on to the registrar and the registrant for action. And again, if you're reporting directly to us, provide as much information as you can about the abuse that you've seen. Mostly where we get our DNS abuse cases from is that we pay for feeds. So we use two platforms to consolidate DNS abuse reports from a wide range of DNS reporting bodies. And examples include sort of Serval, Spamhaus, Anti-Phishing Working Group, and there's lots of these bodies. So we consolidate all those reports and look at them each day. And then we review those reports, try to verify that the phishing is still in play, or verify that the site's still affected by malware. And then we will contact the registrar and the registrant and let them know about it. Generally, we provide all the information we can so that the parties can actually take action. Another thing that I should mention too is that in addition to most of the abuse being targeted at small business websites, The other feature of it is that the targets are generally outside of Australia. And so what they're doing is they're using the trust.in.au, which means it doesn't get filtered in other countries. And so, we will see gambling sites in Indonesian that are buried within a small business website in Australia because they're trying to target Indonesian citizens on the basis that the Indonesian ISP trust.au and won't attempt to block it. And we also see a lot of phishing against overseas banks where that bank phishing site's embedded within a small business website in Australia. So it's a very global oriented business DNS abuse. And generally the target of the abuse is often not in the same country as the offending website, and the perpetrator of the abuse is in another country as well. So that is all, and happy to hand back to you, Terry.
So I'm just waiting for some comments to come in on either Q&A or the chat, and no one's biting yet. I think you've answered all their questions, Bruce. Well done.
You're welcome, Terry.
We have a minute left in the session, so I'm thinking if anyone does want to now ask a question, great timing. Otherwise, I'll pop in with one. Look at this, Bruce from Cheryl. Bruce was way too good with his presentation, therefore no one needs to ask questions.
Thanks, Cheryl.
That or it's that late on a Friday afternoon now that everyone.
Yeah, it is. It's getting definitely towards beer o'clock for those that partake.
That's right. Yes, possibly indeed. Look, I think we've done very well with our lightning talks. Thank you very much to our 4 presenters. Obviously, we've been a little bit technical, but we haven't had a highly technical panel in this conference, so it was great to actually have that content here, and very grateful to see something about exchange points, DNS security, and of course security in general, which I think are very close to what we do here at APNIC as well. So absolutely fantastic. So thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Hassan. Thank you, Champika. And thank you, Bart, very much. Now, I believe we have a break coming up, and if you are still with us in 15 minutes, we have another panel coming along, and I believe we'll be talking about, of all things, defamation, which I am rather keen to find out about myself. So I'm looking forward to that. So I'll see you all again in approximately 15 minutes.
Hello, welcome back everyone. I trust you've all grabbed a nice cup of tea or coffee and had a chance to stretch out your legs. Just want to make sure that I am on and that you can all hear me. Yes, it seems that way. I haven't seen anyone say no, so okay, great, thank you. So we are almost at the end of the day and almost at the end of NetThing and at the end of the week. I hope you've all found these past 2 days a lot more invigorating, or maybe not. I hope that you find your day-to-day work just as engaging as the last 2 days have been. But thank you for joining us for the final panel of NetThing 2022, and I hope that you're going to find this last session just as interesting. So I will be moderating this session, and I want to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the different lands that we all joined from today. I come to you from Darug land, and I pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging, and extend my respects to all First Nation peoples joining today. I just heard that my audio is breaking up. Is that still the case? Okay, I did test it and it was fine. It's always the case, isn't it? Okay. No audio at all. Okay. Is this better?
Much better.
Much better. Okay, thank you, Christiane. All right. Okay, great. All right, we'll continue then. So as I said, today we will be discussing defamation law for ISPs, internet service providers, and other internet intermediaries, which is a very live issue that faces the internet sector today. You know, with recent High Court decisions like Google and Defteros, and the Coalition of Attorney General currently conducting their review of amendments to the model defamation provisions, which includes specific provisions pertaining specifically to the internet industry. We have seen a range of different perspectives on how to legislate reforms that manage the balance between protecting perspectives on how to legislate reforms that best manage the balance between protecting the reputation of the individual end users, as well as the respect of, our freedom of speech, but also placing appropriate responsibilities on industry and ensure the smooth running of the internet. And the accessibility and the unique nature of the internet means that there is a much greater volume of potentially defamatory material being published online. And it's also raised a new question of how we understand the basic legal principles that underpin defamation law when it is applied to the online world. And this question actually points to a broader consideration of what extent to which internet intermediaries should be liable for what happens on the content layer of the internet, which is a phenomenon that the industry has increasingly seen being expanded. For example, intermediaries being responsible for copyright material that's being hosted online. So the aim of the discussion today is to unpack this very nuanced and complex question of how to strike that appropriate balance and implement effective and appropriate laws. And joining me today, we have Sunita Bose, the Managing Director of Digi, Christiane Gillespie-Jones, the Director of Program Management at Communications Alliance, Daniel Joyce, an Associate Professor at UNSW Law and Justice, as well as a member of the Allen's Hub for Technology, Law and Innovation, John Morris, Principal of US Policy and Advocacy at the Internet Society, who I do want to especially thank for joining us today from the United States, where it must be extremely late where he is at this time. And unfortunately, Sophie Dawson from Bird and Bird will no longer be able to join us. And my best wishes to Sophie, as well as Christiane, who I understand is also feeling a little unwell, but thank you still for joining us. So without much further ado, we will get started. And firstly, I'd like to ask Daniel for a brief explanation of the publication element of defamation law and how this intersects with online defamatory material.
Look, can you hear me all? Thank you very much, Sophia and all the organisers. Look, publication, I guess the big picture is that publication is one of 3 traditional elements. There's now a 4th element, serious harm, that's been introduced, but it's publication, identification, and is it like meaning, basically, is the matter defamatory? And publication has been one of the really important areas to consider with these internet and digital media contexts, alongside also whether there should be some new defences crafted or whether some of the existing defences should be available. And I guess it's quite helpful. I mean, it's quite a sort of technical term, publication, and it's a little surprising, I think, outside the rather esoteric ecosystem of defamation law to understand how broadly it has traditionally stretched to. So I'm going to just read 2 different passages from the recent Voller decision, which I think best capture in a clear way what is actually a very sort of vexed area, at least in terms of application. So in the Trakulya case, the High Court say, look, the principles are quite clear. It's pretty hard to apply them in their context. And I think that's where much of the contention emerges. So the first aspect of publication that I think needs emphasising is that it's bilateral. So publication is the actionable wrong in the sense that harm is sort of lies at the heart of defamation as a tort, and the perception of the law is that the harm is caused on receipt or comprehension of the defamatory statement or material. And so in the older cases, like Dow Jones and Gutnick, for example, there was the sense that, look, publication is not the upload by itself, it's the download, and this bilateral kind of context of kind of communication and then receipt of the communication that is important. And I think that does create some challenges for us. So the High Court's position at the moment is that publication may therefore be understood as the process by which a defamatory statement or imputation is conveyed. So it's this idea of conveying the defamatory matter. And then there's this question of, well, who might be captured within that process? So is it just sort of the originator of this material, or the author, if you like, to use that sort of traditional kind of conception, or might it extend to a wider range of actors? And traditionally, it has extended to a wider range of actors. So you'll be familiar that in a traditional media context, for example, it's the company, it's the journalist, it might be the editor and the producers potentially, but also could be the sources that they've relied upon, for example. So in terms of how the High Court from Voller on, and I think this is held with the Defteros case, have kind of understood that aspect of I guess, level of kind of participation, what's required for publication. They've basically said, look, consistently with the approach in Trakulya, and then that in itself draws on the older case of Webb and Block, that publication, which is understood strictly, is understood to say that a person who has been instrumental in or contributes to any extent to the publication of defamatory matter, that they are a publisher. And all that is required is a voluntary act of participation in its communication. Sometimes that gets referred to as intention, but it's not intention in the sense of they intend for someone to be defamed or have that level of knowledge. So in some ways then what we see with Defteros, which is a case about Google search and hyperlinks, is that we have this quite broad and rather strict approach to publication hitting up against a kind of policy question, which is, look, hyperlinks and the provision of a hyperlink through Google search without anything more, should that really be seen as a contribution to the publication of the defamatory matter that might be contained within that hyperlink? And there does seem a little bit of pushback there. So we are still, I mean, the principles are clear, I guess, but after Defteros, I think they're a little less clear. And some of the judges in Vola, which is the case prior to Defteros, some of them apply the principles that they've agreed on in different ways in Defteros. So Gagler and Gordon, who gave a joint judgment in Vola, split off and take a different view. Gagler says, look, hyperlinks should not be regarded in that sort of sense of being, publication being incurred. But Gordon is less convinced. So it's an interesting point we're at. I hope that hasn't taken too much of our time, but I do think it's a fundamental issue that really has also triggered some of the reforms we're going to discuss.
No, thank you so much, Daniel. And I agree that I think understanding what that basic legal principle is and how we understand it in the context of the issues or of the cases that come about today is critical in understanding where we go in terms of reforming the law going forward. And I suppose that brings us in quite nicely to the next question, which is open to all the panel members, which is, are defamation laws specific to the internet industry necessary, or is Australia's current regime via the uniform defamation laws coupled with the common law examples that you briefly spoke about, Daniel, sufficient? And I might direct that question first to Christian.
Hi, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Say if you can't. I should profess that I'm not a lawyer, and I wouldn't even claim that I'm a defamation expert. So, but I deal with defamation for Communications Alliance and these related issues. And thanks very much for that explanation, and it is exactly what I looked at actually in preparation for this talk here, or for this discussion. I personally shy away from overly specific regulation and legislation for different subsections of industry or industries in general. I think overall they tend to be quickly outdated and don't stand the test of time. And what we just heard from Daniel was, I think, going in that direction already, because we see the shift already in thinking over time as to what communication may be, how it could be interpreted, what it means. Also, I think it's fair to say that in the past, communication might have been a slightly, although complex, but a slightly less complex aspect to interpret in the offline world. It is certainly more complex in the online world. There are more players involved. There are more different technical layers that are involved in communication and determining whether a communication has taken place or a publication has taken place. First as a publication, and then in determining whether a publication has taken place, we look at whether a communication has taken place. So yes, it has become more complicated. Having said that, I would say that overall, with the current amendments to the model defamation provisions as envisaged in principle, whether we are now going for alternative A or B and what comes out of it, but with the major tweaks, let's call it, that we are making or seeking to make in this process, and the, I think, increasing case law that we will be seeing, I think the combination of the two, common law plus the current uniform approach, I think that will serve Australia well also in the future, as long as we strive to, which we are currently doing, to take a technology neutral approach as much as we can, which is quite difficult, but I think we are striving to do that, and that will serve us well. let's see whether we manage to do that and still do justice to the different types of technologies that are out there.
Thank you, Christiane. Sunita, did you have any thoughts on this question?
Hi, Sophia and everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my views. I hope everyone can hear me okay, but again, shout out if you can't. I'm coming to you from Gadigal land, and yeah, really appreciate the opportunity to be part of NetThing. Look, in terms of the question, do we need laws specific to the internet? I would say yes. I mean, the internet is where our conversations play out, and the internet obviously adds a level of dimension and scale to the magnitude of those conversations. So yes, I think that the fact that the reform process has had this stage too, that is focused on internet intermediaries, I think there's a weight of considerations and questions that necessitate that sort of focus. I think, so for those who don't know me, I'm the managing director of Digi, the Digital Industry Group, and this is an industry association that works with the internet industry. But I think the point I want to make, despite representing the internet industry, is that I think that greater clarity through reform proposals in this area can actually serve to benefit not just the internet industry. It's for the millions of countless number of people who share their voices online. If you're someone who puts a review of a product or service that you use, or if you post a comment in some sort of community group or parenting group, or you post a message as a university student in an educational forum, these defamation laws will affect you. It reflects that sort of content. And I think the second point I'd make is that this is not just sort of an internet industry or tech industry challenge, it's also the entire internet, entire kind of business community, because every company has a digital presence, has a website these days, and arguably every business is using some sort of digital tools to manage their business or to enable some sort of customer interaction. So I think it's really important to give a lot of consideration to all of those interactions and how defamation law serves to protect the many different interests in that entire ecosystem. We need to get this law right to provide legal clarity and protection for, content authors, defamation claimants, all of the companies that are part of that ecosystem. It's also a really great opportunity to reinforce certain principles, that fundamentally, I'm of the view that people should be primarily responsible for what they post online, and that intermediary businesses need to come into the equation when, people are unreachable and in certain kind of circumstances like that. So I think we've got an opportunity here that's really exciting and important, and it would, really be a key part of the puzzle in terms of creating a regulatory environment in Australia that's really conducive to the digital economy.
Thanks, Sunita. And I think you touched on a really interesting and important point there. A lot of the law reform, when you consider it, I think it does go back to questioning what are we prioritizing, or what is, the focus here? What are we actually trying to aim? What is the aim of this reform? Is it when you think about the need, your point that the individuals who are actually involved in making that defamatory or potentially defamatory comment should be the one responsible, but obviously in terms of just the complex nature of how how the internet works and how easily people can make comments online through the various all the various steps involved, it might just make it obviously causes some difficulties for the people whose reputation has been harmed to seek an appropriate avenue, which is, I'm sure, the reason why internet intermediaries are being involved and increasingly more involved in this process. So I might also throw the question to Daniel as well, whether you have any thoughts about whether the laws that are currently in place are sufficient, or whether we do actually need specific laws for the industry.
Look, thank you. I mean, I've really enjoyed hearing Christiane and Sunita's perspectives, and I agree that we probably do need to reconsider how our laws operate. But I think it is important to try to keep them simple as well. One of the issues is that the laws because they have a long and complex common law history, and then they've sort of been attempted to be reformed by the sort of introduction of statute and defences, those themselves are then interpreted, that has actually sort of, I think, added to uncertainty and complexity. But part of the issue is that this is an area that is very much a kind of law in context area. So And that goes to Christiane's point about trying to be technology neutral, even if we're talking about, search engines or, for example, there might be some difference, or hyperlinks. It might be different, for example, to sort of say, well, look, hey, everybody, check out this hyperlink. It tells you all you need to know about person X if that hyperlink contains quite defamatory material versus, a hyperlink that is produced by a search where the user's involved in actually trying to find that material. And so I think I would say that we need some change, but we need to keep the plaintiff's interests in mind and need to realize that also there aren't really many other areas of the law that do this kind of work for good or ill. And I guess I'm a bit of a fan of trying to work with the laws that we have to sort of tweak them. One of the issues here, though, is that a lot of the interpretation that we had was relating to traditional media contexts. And I think one of the exciting things is that more recent cases, like Voller and Defteros and Triculia and so on, have actually been more digital media or technology-focused cases. And so it may well be that whilst it's useful to have these reforms to clarify things, and I do think it may be, and it is in certain areas, that there is hopefully going to be a bit more of a convergence of positions between the sort of common law principles and some of the laws. And I think there is a danger if some of these reforms stray too far conceptually from what defamation law is about ultimately. So I would push back a little bit on sort of factoring in kind of the economic dimensions too much here, because traditionally defamation law is not very interested in that. It's really more about a balance between reputation and speech or communication in that sense. Not to say that from a policy perspective, those questions are not important, but certainly, the traditional media's interest in, interests in terms of their economic power and so on were never positively viewed as a reason to protect them from a liability. So I do think there's some sort of danger there if there's overreach in terms of some of the proposals. But I think they're fairly carefully approached, and they're very hard issues. So I don't think there are easy answers, and I think there are problems with various aspects of the proposals. But I do think they're a step in the right direction.
Thank you. And just for context, for those in the audience who might not be aware of the amendments to the model defamation provisions. So the recommendations that that were made for the industry was a series of different recommendations, and industry stakeholders were invited to respond to which one that they would prefer and might be more appropriate. So the recommendation was that there would be a conditional statutory exemption for certain intermediaries, including ISPs, as well as those conducting standard search engine functions, which is what Daniel was talking about in the case of Google. As long as that there is no sort of external or monetary motivation for, I guess, highlighting certain hyperlinks, as well as two alternative options for other intermediaries, which includes the safe harbor defense or an innocent dissemination defense, which I believe innocent dissemination is what is currently in place for a lot of the other secondary publishers, as it currently occurs in the more traditional forms of media. And just on that point, I'm sorry to throw this back at you, Daniel, but Sophie is no longer able to join us today. And so I guess from your perspective, were you saying that do you think that the model defamation amendment provisions are consistent or inconsistent with the legal principles of defamation law?
Well, it's interesting. The discussions that we've sort of had as part of the sort of stakeholder process have kind of, the last version that I attended, it looked like some of the people who are more skeptical about some of these changes were actually of the view that a lot of them, that the common law had caught up with Defteros, for example, in the most recent High Court case. So I do think, though, the first proposal around, I know people don't like technology-specific kind of laws and so on, but I do think it's quite helpful to have clarification that very passive forms or very passive style of actors like ISPs and so on, that they really should sort of be removed from the equation. I think the second aspect of the Google search dimension is probably captured by Defteros, but remember that the High Court are not in, there's a majority view that's supportive of that, but there's still some quite strong arguments the other way. I personally am a bit of a skeptic in relation to safe harbors because I worry about the plaintiff dimension and I worry about the loss of context and the loss of the kind of factual dimension. But in terms of certainty and clarity, they make a lot of sense. So I'm prepared to live with that one. I think it's probably quite a good idea overall, particularly now that Defteros heads in that direction. In terms of the two key kind of potential defenses, I mean, one of the things that's interesting, we're talking a lot about publication, but the elephant in the room in cases like Vola and Defteros and Triculia before was whether this older defense, which was really a policy-based defense at an earlier point in time, which I think in some ways these reform proposals are trying to kind of revisit, although the situation is more complex. So innocent dissemination was really about trying to soften the harshness of liability and how far that extended. So it used to extend to booksellers and newspaper vendors and so on, right? So I think now, in a sense, this 3A and 3B option is a way of kind of trying to think through that. So either you'd have a sort of safe harbor if you're able to kind of locate the originator in some ways, but the problem is the originator going to put their hand up and kind of want to be involved, I guess? Or you have what's styled as an innocent dissemination defense, but is actually a little bit different from, say, how the common law version of that defense or Section 32, the statutory variant, operates. Of the two, I'm a fan of 3B, which is closer to innocent dissemination. The problem is, I guess, with it, that potentially it might incentivize platforms to remove material. And so there's a censorship kind of problem or self-censorship kind of problem. And I don't like that very much. I'm a bit of a fan of maybe trying to adapt the original Section 32, innocent dissemination, by maybe making it a lot clearer there that some of these internet-related and tech-related actors are subordinate or secondary distributors who are the ones that are able to use innocent dissemination. But then maybe also trying to be more specific, because there's a non-exhaustive kind of list of the kinds of contexts that innocent dissemination might relate to. And I think that can be quite helpful. So that would certainly keep things simple and streamlined. The problem is, though, with defences, is that they're dealt with at the back end. And so that's why I think the High Court is keen to kind of address some of these policy concerns through publication at the front end, because otherwise they might have a great defense, but they're still going to have to spend all the money, get the advice, live with all the anxiety and stress about how that defense is going to play out. And they might be sort of pressured into settling too. So I probably don't have a kind of silver bullet kind of answer, but I do think that this discussion and this process is a very helpful, useful one, but there are some issues with some of the proposals that need to be ironed out.
Yeah, thank you. And again, yeah, I think it goes back to that question of, what are we prioritizing here, and what is the balance that we need to strike between all of the various issues that come up as we struggle to come up with a law that fits or that best fits. And I think it leads in nicely to the question that I had planned for all of our panelists. Are there potential consequences or implications that may arise from these model defamation provisions, whether that be positive or negative? I might direct that firstly to you, Sunita.
Yeah, thank you, Sophia. It's a really important question. And I think, so this reform process has been going on for some time, and Digi has been engaging in it from the beginning. And one of my observations is that defamation law can actually be a really polarizing topic. So I think anyone who works with people who've had their reputation maligned will have a really strong view, and they want it to be as easy as possible to have content removed. I think anyone who has had their speech removed will also have a really strong view that they want to have more hurdles before their speech can be removed. And then intermediaries, and I work with intermediaries, will have visibility just into how challenging it is to balance both of those perspectives, and to sort of have this reluctant role as the arbiter in those sorts of disputes, and how you do that at scale. And so I think in order to come up with a model that really works, you've got to put yourself in the shoes of each of those parties and really stress test the system. And I'll just also add on a personal note that I should have given the same caveat that Christiana did earlier, that I'm also not a lawyer, but one of my formative experiences with defamation was that prior to Digi, I used to head the global policy team at change.org. And so for those not familiar with that platform, it's a place where anybody can go start a petition on any issue. And there's amazing, wonderful petitions. But as you can imagine, when people have any number of grievances with different businesses, that's often an outlet for them to go and to take up, to write about those. And often if you're the business, small or large, on the receiving end of one of those petitions, your knee-jerk reaction when you see that content is, how do I make that go away? How do I stop that reputational damage? And then it's to contact the intermediary platform and to go the defamation route to have it removed. So, you know, having been in that intermediate role where you're trying to manage that issue, you know, often you'll look at a claim like that first through the rubric of bullying or harassment. And if it doesn't meet that threshold, then often, depending on where the jurisdiction is, you know, you might sort of say you need a court order. So I think what's interesting about the models that are being proposed in Australia is they're moving in a direction similar to what the UK has done, where they're taking that pressure out of the courts and coming up with a system that effectively enables the intermediary to connect the originator and the claimant. But as Daniel rightly pointed out, there are going to be circumstances where the originator doesn't want to provide their information. And I think this is one of the areas where the model might need to be a little bit stress tested. I mean, I will note that I'm very supportive of having these safe harbours. Our preference is actually 3A for those who are closely involved in the reform process. But I think we do need to look at those circumstances a little bit more, where when the originator says, no, I don't want to provide my details, or where the claim might not be legitimate. There might actually be another purpose where that person's trying to obtain information to potentially harass. There might be situations of domestic violence, all sorts of different contextual factors. You know, in the UK, in that situation, they actually have a process whereby the content originator can provide the intermediary with their contact details, and then the intermediary has to guard that unless they get a court order. And so we don't have that, and that's sort of this is the kind of circumstance that I think that the safe harbours need to look more closely at, around what happens, how can these systems be misused, and recognising that there are just all sorts of really challenging different perspectives that need to be managed and balanced in trying to get the right outcome in this safe harbour.
Thanks, Anita. Christian, did you have anything to add to that?
Thank you. Frankly, not too much. Our preference as Communications Alliance was also slightly for variation alternative A. The difficulties were nicely summarized before, again by Daniel. The difficulty will lie in all of them to balance that you don't make the intermediaries too much of an arbiter of the truth, which you do in all of them, versus limiting the burden on the court system, which is already enormous, and making it accessible also for people who don't have the financial means to bring big cases and to pursue them over years. And also ultimately, people also want their stuff removed, not over years. They want it removed immediately. So all of them have the same difficulty, basically. Ultimately, we favor A over B because we find it still focuses the dispute more between the complainant and the originator. If you ask me on the consequences, to go a bit back to the question, I mean, I can nitpick now here a bit all on the consequences if we were to implement them as currently drafted. I'm not sure if that's the intention of the question. I mean, as currently drafted, I see a risk that, for example, search engines might limit their autocomplete function, because as currently drafted, that is gives them no exclusion from liability. But I mean, I think we all think that autocompletion is probably the best thing since sliced bread. So that's something that I would be a bit concerned about, and I think I would hope that that's maybe a drafting issue. Another thing that worries me a bit is both alternatives A and B talk to the process and the consequences of a complaints notice being given to the intermediary, but they don't make it a precondition for the plaintiff to initiate action against the intermediary. Again, I'm not sure if it's a drafting issue or if it's deliberate, but it would seem to me that a complaints notice should be a precondition before action can be initiated against the intermediary. So all these are little consequences of what would happen if it was implemented as drafted. One thing I think that is intentional at the moment, maybe, and that we should really pay attention to, is the additional powers given to the court to order removals from the intermediary. And as such, that is in principle, I think, a good idea. But again, we should pay attention that whatever powers are given there do not amount to something that resembles ongoing monitoring powers. By default or inadvertently, again, as currently drafted, that could be interpreted as such. It would cause legal friction with other acts, but it's also certainly, I don't think, in the spirit of the defamation law. So that is something that would worry us too.
Yeah, thank you, Christian. And I think you're right. I do remember a lot of these issues being raised during the roundtable discussions when the consultations were going on. And it seems like some may be drafting issues, but some may not be. So it'd be interesting to see like how where the next round and when the review finishes, what we end up with. I think John, you had you wanted to add something to this question as well.
Yeah, let me jump in and kind of give a different caveat. I am in fact an attorney, a lawyer, but I'm an American lawyer, so I would not presume to kind of debate the history or nuances of Australian law, but I do want to kind of offer a kind of a different perspective, and I actually kind of want to go back a little bit to the very first question of, is it good to have an internet-specific law or not? I mean, in the United States, not to suggest that the United States' approach is the only way to go, but the United States has basically a general purpose defamation law, and we have a separate general purpose intermediary protection law, that's something that restricts liability for intermediaries. And what's particularly striking about the Australian proposal, comparing it to the American law, which is called Section 230, is that the relevant part of Section 230 fits in about half of a page. And the proposal here that Australia is looking at is kind of 9 solid pages of text. And I actually think those 9 solid pages introduce a whole lot of potential pitfalls. I mean, Christian has already identified the autofill, challenge. That's a relatively small thing, but I would also read this to prevent say a CDN, a content distribution network, to also provide cybersecurity screening. In other words, the drafting here suggests that if they provide any services other than just being the conduit, well, then they lose their protection. Again, maybe that's just a drafting problem, but I actually really strongly believe that there's no way that the legislators or the judges can identify all the different technical business models and technical models that are in play on the internet and not kind of essentially inadvertently prohibit certain models. So I actually think there's significant risk. I also think that the structure of both choice A and B seems to very, very readily default to having the intermediary disclose the true identity of the original poster of the content. And maybe that's a good thing, but certainly I think that a Chinese dissident who is now living in Australia but wanting to critique the Chinese government, I think would be a significant risk if they posted anonymously. And then the Chinese government could easily claim, oh, this is defamatory. And at the end of the day, that dissident will get outed. And I think that would cause significant risk. I mean, in the United States, the outing, the unmasking of the actual speaker, basically, generally speaking, can't really happen short of a court order. And as I read both A and B, the unmasking can just simply happen because that's the cheapest thing for the service provider to do. And then let me just kind of pass on one other broad comment and reaction, partly reacting to the 9 pages of text. And this is 9 pages of text that just relates to defamation law. I haven't seen the 9 pages of text that relates to other content issues and intermediary responsibility. So to me, the complexity that Australia seems to be on a path down, that will have one very powerful effect. And that is that the only people who will have the lawyers and the staff and the resources to follow these many, many pages of very detailed law are the major platforms, the existing major platforms. And so I think Australia is, on a path toward making, upstart competitors have a much higher, barrier to entry to kind of get in, because instead of hiring engineers to make a product, they're going to have to hire lawyers to read through all this stuff. So, I mean, obviously I have a kind of a bias for the much simpler approach that that we use in the United States, and that obviously is not perfect at all either. But I do have these concerns. So I just glad to kind of put them out there and play devil's advocate from across the pond.
No, thank you so much for those insights. And I think you do touch on a lot of issues that I know industry is concerned about, which is the rise of legislation or regulation of the of telecommunications and the sector, especially in recent times, which is something that we have heard about during the NetThing sessions earlier in yesterday, and some of the sessions today touched on that slightly as well. And so it is a critical point, and I think it does go back to that question of if you have, do you have a broader legislation which might capture too many and place burdens on all of these different all of the different specific sections of the sector, or do you have these very detailed legislation which might go too far, as you put it? I am concerned that we have actually hit the time limit. I do see that we did actually have a question from John Lawrence about any thoughts on the Gonzalez and Google case that's going on before the United States. So if someone had any thoughts on that, just to quickly wrap that up, and then we might have to wrap up the session.
It's a longer conversation than we can have in the brief time we have, but it is going to be a very interesting case, because it in fact is the first case to go to the Supreme Court that really is getting into some of the issues that you in Australia are wrestling with right now. And so I certainly am following it closely. My organization, Internet Society, is looking at it very closely and may participate in the case. Other than to acknowledge it's certainly very relevant to this conversation, I'm not sure we have time to get into it further.
Yes, I understand. Did anyone else have any closing thoughts or comments that they wanted to make?
No, I just want to commend the Online Safety Act maybe to John for further study.
Yes, I was going to mention that as well, and also to say that one of the things that's quite surprising about the court's recent decisions in Defteros and Vola is that there actually seems to be, particularly from Justice Gagler, a kind of interest in a more kind of transnational, harmonised common law approach. Which is surprising, and the judges themselves are willing to kind of look away from the fact that we don't have a Bill of Rights or formal constitutional protection in a positive sense for free speech. And that's probably quite an interesting thing. They rely very much, for example, on a Canadian decision of Crooks and Newton, and also on some New York decisions in coming to their decisions. So I think hopefully there's a bit of a shift in that regard, and we can sort of, I do think harmonisation is an important aspect here, given the kind of transnational dimension of the problem.
Yeah, thank you. So as I said, we are at time, and I'm also aware and considerate of the fact that John is joining us from a very different, conflicting time zone, and that Christian also, I'm sure, would like to get some rest. And so now that the consultation for the amendment to the model defamation provisions is now over, but I'm sure that I don't think the discussion is over, and I'm sure that these same issues will continue to arise as people continue to use the internet to make some, sometimes very legitimate, sometimes very unlegitimate, unsavory comments online. And also in areas outside of defamation as well, which is something that I did want to get to, but unfortunately I don't think we'll have the time to get into it at length, where internet intermediaries might become responsible and liable for what sort of activity occurs online at the content layer. So it'll be a very interesting space to watch. But I want to thank all of our each of our panelists for their insights and how we might manage an appropriate balance. And I want to thank NetThing for this opportunity, as well as to everyone the NetThing community who attended. And I'll hand over to Bronwyn.
Thanks so much, Sophia, and great job organising such an interesting session, and what a great way to close out this year's NetThing. So we've come to the end of another year of NetThing. It went much faster than expected, and I'm hoping that you enjoyed all of our sessions, which focused on the theme More Resilient Together. I hope that you got a sense of how we as a collective community need to work together to maintain an internet that's open, resilient, and interoperable. If you've made it all the way to the end of this event, I'd love to hear from you. What was a highlight of the event this year? Was there any particular session which really resonated with you? If you had to pick one session, if you do have any feedback or favorite sessions, could you please put them in the chat, and I'll keep an eye on the chat and call out any particular favorite sessions. I can see Sandy said Vint and Ed, so that was definitely a favorite for me. Anyone else have any favorite sessions? Thanks, Pablo. We did have great speakers this year. Tech regulation with Johanna. I agree, that was also really interesting. George with the minister from Tuvalu. I also agree that was such a unique session, and we're really lucky to get the minister this year. Thanks, George, for organising. I think, yeah, the lunchtime session was really, really, really interesting. And I agree, Jordan's book sounds very interesting as well. So we have defamation, definitely. Internet fragmentation. I think that was an excellent session. I think Andrew Sullivan was really engaging. All the speakers on that session were excellent. Thanks everyone for putting some of your favorite sessions in the chat. I agree. I think yes, Cheney and the deceptive design was excellent too. I think after our event, we'll hope to send out a feedback form. So please continue thinking about any feedback you have for future events. Hopefully next year we will be back in person, so we'll have more of a networking element, so you'll get to meet each other. And of course, we'll try to make sure that we maintain the accessibility of NetThing by broadcasting all of our sessions online. So we've come to the end. Just before we wrap up, I'd like to extend a huge thanks to the NetThing committee. This event and this whole initiative is organised by volunteers who put in their spare time to organise this event. I'd also like to thank you all for attending this year's forum and for engaging with our sessions in the chat. And I'd also like to say a thanks to all of our speakers who participated. We did have some excellent and high-profile speakers this year who took time out of their days to contribute to our event's content. And last but not least, I'd like to thank all of our generous sponsors who contributed financially or in-kind support to make sure that NetThing was a success. We've come to the end. Thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you again at next year's NetThing.